Chapter 1058. Hey, hey, hey! In the sky, the Black Ridge fire feather flapped its wings and descended. Jiang Tu looked at Elder He, who was swinging bell, and said, "The crisis has been resolved." He Yun looked at the soldiers who walked out of the dense forest and quickly returned to the team. "What's the current situation?" The blind lady's figure flashed quietly beside him and said, "It should be the Adamantine Star Beast Legion led by a four-man squad." "Yes." Jiang Tu nodded and said, "After the Adamantine Star Beast Legion's first attack was stopped by as spirit warriors and book souls, this team has been in chaos. That man has a good mind and is very keen. He found the key person to stabilize the morale of the army, Dancer." Jiang Tu sneered as he spoke. "That's a good idea. He came to assassinate Dancer. I guess he's used to being the king of the peninsula. He really thinks he's omnipotent and dares to charge into the center of the army." He Yun, who was in charge of the army, had already seen everything. To be honest, it was because of the little toxic healer. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. It was because he had controlled Baze and the extinct Black Fog doll that had stopped the other party. Otherwise, the Kimchi death row prisoner would have succeeded in his assassination. Once the assassination was successful, it would be another story. The crackling sound of flames and the crisp sound of slaps became the background music. He Yun glanced at the man who was ravaged instead of assassinating and said, "Where are his teammates?" The blind lady frowned slightly and said, "They ran very fast. I wanted to chase them, but Jiang Tu persuaded me to come back." The Adamantine Star Beast Legion at the back had lost their leader. Under the attack of the firestorm and the rain of paper and ink, they fled like birds and beasts. Little Chongyang, who was riding on the horse, said seriously, "Jiang Shao said, 'Don't enter the forest.'" Jiang Shao also said, "Don't chase a cornered enemy." Looking at little Chongyang's serious and adorable expression, He Yun's mood improved a lot. She smiled and teased, "Little Zhang's words aren't right. Don't enter the forest when you see it, but we've been going into the forest all along." "Nonsense, we're burning the forest. It'll be fine once it's gone." Little Chongyang patted the Black Ridge fire feather below him and said, "After we burn down the entire peninsula, the enemy will have nowhere to hide without the woods." The young lady had the same thought as old He. He Yun raised his head and gave little Chongyang a thumbs up. "Brilliant. It's too high. Hee." A silly smile appeared on little Chongyang's face. Jiang Tu yelled at the soldiers, "Hurry up and clear the battlefield. Dig out all the star beads in 3 minutes." In the team, Yiningzhen's face was stained with blood. She threw the unconscious Kimchi man into the gate of the Shadow Ruins and turned to look at Jiang Sun. In fact, this Kimchi death row prisoner already believed that the world has changed, but Yiningzhen had no intention of stopping. Jiang Sun did not stop him. He felt that such a painful blow was an important part of the interrogation. It would be even better if he could obtain some useful information from this man. "Who is he?" Jiang Sun asked after closing the space gate. Yiningzhen wiped the blood off her face and heaved a sigh of relief. Her body was still trembling as she answered softly, "His name is Kai Xingyue, one of the generals of the Xianhua organization. After entering the alien sphere, he was the first to lead the rebellion and seize the opportunity to kill all the soldiers together with the death row prisoners." Yiningzhen calmed down and lowered her head before continuing, "He has a high prestige in the Xianhua organization. Back then, when he entered the alien sphere, he was at the peak of the galaxy and was one of the most powerful people in the death row prisoner team. However, he was only a general and one of the leaders, not the highest general. After the death of the soldiers, there was a phenomenon of cliques forming among the death row prisoners. A man and a woman roped Kai Xingyue in and formed a core team. They used various methods to suppress everyone and establish the position of the trio as the leader. However, in the following days, everyone could tell that although Kai Xingyue was a core member, he was not the most important one. Yes. Jiang Sun nodded and asked, "What about now?" Yiningjin shook her head and said, "Sorry, sir, I'm not sure. I'm just following the rules and delivering star beads here every few months. I haven't understood the internal situation of the Xianhua organization for a long time." "You don't understand, but he does. Do you have the confidence to pry his mouth open?" Jiang Sun asked with a smile. Yiningjin was overjoyed and her body, which had already calmed down, trembled again. She said, "Sir, please hand this task to me." Jiang Sun looked at her eagerness and couldn't help but ask, "Why? Have you suffered a lot of humiliation under his hands?" Yiningjin lowered her head even more and remained silent. Jiang Sun smiled and said, "Seems like I have to be careful in the future. Life is full of ups and downs." "You're different from him, sir," Yiningjin said. "I saw how you treated your companions. Before that, I was your enemy. Everything you've done to me is normal." Jiang Sun was dumbfounded. "Damn it! Trying to bewitch me? Do I need you to praise me? Do I need you to reassure me?" With a peculiar expression, Jiang Sun said, "Let's go with the army first. When night falls, we'll find a place to rest and interrogate him." Jiang Sun then tilted his head towards the deep forest and said, "Go search for star beads." "Yes." Yiningjin's figure flashed and disappeared. Jiang Sun grinned and muttered, "Xingyue. F***ck, it's a pity for such a majestic name. To think that it's actually such a thing." A week later, the team of mutated balls obtained star beads while fighting. All the star techniques of the King Kong Tiger were added to Jiang Tu's star map. All gold quality perception, sharpness, swiftness, and warcry. At this point, Jiang Tu's 9 star maps had also been filled, and he had completely become a star ocean battle. At the same time, little Chongyang also absorbed the gold quality perception and swiftness star technique. She lit up her 22nd star slot. Due to the fact that she was in the starfall stage, she still had 2 star slots that could be used. However, after discussing with the rest of the team, they decided not to let little Chongyang continue to absorb the King Kong Tiger star technique. Due to her background, little Chongyang already had the star techniques of the savages, such as fangs and claws. Hence, it would be useless for her to absorb the King Kong Tiger star technique. As for Warcry, Jiang Tu felt that little Chongyang did not need the Warcry star technique, because her wild and infectious voice was already very similar to a star technique. Little savages have their own Warcry star technique. Are you afraid? With the remaining 2 star slots that could be used, Elder He felt that little Chongyang might be able to absorb the shadow star techniques of Tianjin. In that case, little Chongyang would be able to combine the star techniques of Beijiang, Zhongyuan, Yanzhao, Ludong, and Tianjin. However, Jiang Tu was skeptical. After all, with the star technique of Yanzhao as the core and the spacetime rift, the star technique of Tianjin seemed to be unsuitable for little Chongyang. Jiang Tu felt that he should give little Chongyang some functional star technique. For example, purification. However, He Yun's thinking was clearly more inclined towards teamwork. That was something that couldn't be helped. The environment and education that He Yun grew up in back then had determined his thinking. To He Yun, he had to do what he wanted according to his profession, and he had to maximize it. Purification? That was for medical assistance. He shouldn't use up the star slots of the output professions because of such star technique. How could the shadow star technique of Tianjin be replaced by the death star technique of Yanzhao? The functions were completely different, all right? The old man and the young man disagreed on the issue of matching little Chongyang's star technique. What made Elder He feel upset was that little Chongyang listened to Jiang Tu more. The Star Advent team traveled all the way to the east and crossed the peninsula. They also set fires everywhere and burned down the forests and flowers, bringing a natural disaster to the southern peninsula. Yes, during the week of battle, the name of the team was finally determined: Star Advent. For some reason, Jiang Tu felt that the name Star Advent was cool. Although it was not as down-to-earth as the 9-star Poison Milk Organization, it was suitable for promotion. Full of cool, the Star Advent, want to make a name for myself and make a name for myself on this peninsula. Let's start with the Celestial Flower Organization. That's the General Star. Ruthlessly destroying flowers. TSK me? I'm really getting more and more delusional. Hyun expressed that it didn't matter what the name was since he couldn't outtalk her anyway. Little Chongyang expressed that he liked it very much. As for the blind lady ignored Jiang Tu and Jiang Sun from the beginning to the end. Brigadier Jiang, you can do whatever you want. Anyway, when you call me, just call me Lassu. When I'm really annoyed, I'll give you a few ink flowers and send all of you away. Stop being so noisy. In the past 7 days, Jiang Sun witnessed the birth of the demon and the fall of the god of war with his own eyes. The location of the interrogation was shifted from Jiang Sun's Scourge Ruins to Beiza's Ocean Ridge shelter. After all, Jiang Sun was a medical assistant and had to protect Kai Xingyue's life at all times. Hence, he would fall behind in his own space. In Beiza's space, this would not happen. Beiza would march with the team and open the space door by his side. Jiang Sun watched helplessly as Yi Ningzhen tortured Kai Xingyue again and again. She also forced the Celestial Flower leader's mouth open. In the past week, Jiang Sun had learned something else. It was that he was very sure that Yi Ningzhen was a pervert. As an interrogator, Yi Ningzhen did not play any psychological games with you. She just destroyed and tortured you on a purely physical level. It made Jiang Sun's heart ache. This woman was so F***king ruthless, so F***king vicious. Reality proved that a tough man was not tough. Kai Xingyue turned from a high and mighty Celestial Flower general to a cowardly, lowly, and spineless prisoner. In the end, even after Kai Xingyue confessed everything, Yi Ningzhen still enjoyed it and was not willing to stop. Jiang Sun couldn't stand it anymore. After dealing with the criminal, he left the space with Yi Ningzhen. He had almost all the intelligence of the Celestial Flower Organization. On this peninsula, there were only 5 teams with a total of 20 members of the Celestial Flower Organization. The Celestial Flower Organization did their best and paid a huge price. After nearly 2 years, they finally formed their own Diamond Star Beast team. It was all thanks to the Pickle Country that they continuously sent death row prisoners. Otherwise, the Celestial Flower Organization would have long been destroyed. Every time the Pickle Country sent a batch of people, the members of the Celestial Flower Organization would kill a batch of soldiers and release the death row prisoners. Those who joined the Celestial Flower Organization would be born. Those who did not join the Celestial Flower Organization would die. It was straightforward and domineering. The Celestial Flower Organization had already developed and even wanted to expand overseas. There were 3 teams with a total of 12 people who went to Neon Island. The Cherry Blossom Domain Star Technique of Kai Xingyue, who had already been executed, came from Neon Island. The Celestial Flower Organization was building their own kingdom there. However, for some reason, the area developed by the Celestial Flower Organization was more inclined towards Neon and not China. In China, they only sent 2 teams, one of which was Yi Ningzhen's team. The other team should have gone north from the peninsula to Liaodong, but there had been no news of them for a long time. Hence, Jiang Sun and Jiang Tu's Star Advent organization became even more motivated. Wouldn't it be wonderful to destroy the peninsula and execute justice on behalf of the heavens by slaughtering the group of criminals? Chapter 1059. The Star Advent organization on the alien planet had won the first battle and was speeding up the process of destroying the peninsula. On Earth, Jiang Shao, who had been collecting star beads in the void-dimensional space, finally brought good news to Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan. Jiang Shao, who was connected to the buzzing whale mentally, could clearly see that Gu Shi-un and Yi Qingchen had already absorbed their own star pets, the sea-devouring soul. "It's done!" Jiang Shao exclaimed while wiping his wet face. However, the more he wiped, the dirtier it became. "What's done?" Xia Yan asked without looking up while washing her hands in the tears of the realm. Jiang Shao answered, "Shi-un and Qingchen have succeeded." That's great. The Big Cloak organization has 2 more capable members." Xia Yan looked like she was scattering flowers as she cupped the rainwater in her hands and splashed it at Jiang Zhao's dirty face. Jiang Shao shook his head and the rainwater splashed onto Han Jiangshue's body. Although she was constantly being drenched in the tears of the realm, she still subconsciously retreated to the side. Jiang Shao said, "Let's go back too. I'll go pick them up and then I can absorb the star beads and advance the quality." "Go, go, go," Xia Yan said eagerly. The 3 of them handed the large number of star beads to Jiang Shou in the Calamity Shadow World for safekeeping. At this moment, Jiang Shou had already packed up his valuables. In fact, a few days ago, he had already informed the High Family of the Sea of Flowers Ranch to get ready to face Gale. Get ready to face the new world. The outside world was extremely chaotic, and it had been several months, but there was no improvement at all. In fact, it even seemed to be getting worse. Hai Tianqing and his wife, who wanted their child to grow up in peace, had no intention of moving out. Hearing that the quality of Jiang Zhao's star technique was going to be upgraded again, the couple was still in a daze while packing up. Jiang Shao placed the hidden dragon cannon on his shoulder and walked out of the void-dimensional space with his 2 teammates. After greeting the guards, he flashed back to the headquarters of the Tail Feather Brigade in Dajiang Province, Izhou City. Jiang Shao, who was drenched all over, stood in Second Last's office, only to realize that there was no one there. Jiang Shao rubbed his eyes and realized that the big cat was really not around. What's going on? Did I blink in the wrong place? However, the large banquet table belonged to Second Last. Who else in the headquarters would dare to use such a large banquet table? Jiang Shao walked out of the room and looked at the door plate. While Jiang Shao was scratching his head, someone walked out of his office. Obviously, that person heard the noise in the corridor and came out to observe. The 2 of them stared at each other, dumbfounded. Jiang Shao asked curiously, "Tengu?" "Little Shrimpy is back." Heavenly Hound smiled and nodded in greeting. Given their friendship, they weren't that serious in private. Jiang Shao glanced in the direction of the Tengu and asked in bewilderment, "What are you doing in my house?" Brigade Commander Luan gave your office to Regiment Commander Li." "I work here too," Tengu said with a smile. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao shook his wet palms and said, "Commander Li? Li Yishu, an official?" Tengu looked at Jiang Shao and explained, "Yes. 4 days ago, after we retreated from the battlefield, Brigade Commander Luan called Regiment Commander Li and me here and asked us to take over all her work. We have to report 4 times a day." "What the heck? Did the big cat really listen to the suggestion?" Jiang Shao asked, "Where is she?" Tengu answered, "She's training in her own space. The door of the Calamity Ruins is opened in her own office. I heard some noises and thought that she came out early to say something." As he spoke, Tengu's voice became softer and softer, and he looked behind Jiang Shao. Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan walked out too. It wasn't that Tengu didn't recognize them, but rather Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan were also drenched in sweat. Tengu had a peculiar expression on his face and thought, what did the 3 of them do just now? "When does Second Last come out?" Jiang Shao asked. Tengu said, 6:30 a.m., 11:30 p.m., 18:30 p.m., and 23:30 p.m. Jiang Shao smirked and humphed. "Is this reporting 4 times a day? This is according to the schedule of 4 meals a day, isn't it? There's even a midnight snack." Tengu pursed his lips and didn't dare to say anything. He dared to joke around with Jiang Shao, but there were some people and topics that he dared not touch. "Look at how cowardly you are," Jiang Shao glanced at Tengu in disdain and said, "Okay, go back to work." Jiang Shao then pushed Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan into second last's office and into the lounge that was more secluded. Jiang Shao closed the door and looked up at his watch while opening the door of the Calamity Ruins. He said, "You two go home and wash up. Pack your things too. I'll go to the North Atlantic Ocean to pick someone up. It's 11:20 a.m. now. When second last comes out, we'll report to her." The two of them nodded and Han Jiangxue took off her black cloak and handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao patted Hidden Dragon's head and gestured in the direction of the door of the Calamity Ruins. "Go play with the two sisters. I have to go to the bottom of the sea. You can't go there, and I can't put you in the star map." Wu, Hidden Dragon rubbed its head against Jiang Zhao's face and peeked its head out before burrowing into Jiang Zhao's chest. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. He had seen this scene before. When the sea engulfing robe threw a tantrum, it also burrowed into Jiang Zhao's chest in a bid to enter Jiang Zhao's star map. Jiang Shao got a great shock and hurriedly pushed the dragon's head away. "Oh my, your second last star pet, not mine. Don't mess around. I promise I'll bring you along to play in the future. Don't show such thoughts in front of second last. I still want to live for 2 more years." How did he end up being abducted by the little Hidden Dragon while he was playing around? Hidden Dragon blinked its transparent eyes aggrievedly while Jiang Shao turned into a ruthless stepfather who wrapped the Hidden Dragon around Han Jiangxue's neck like a scarf. He then pushed the two of them into the door of the Calamity Ruins. After closing the door, Jiang Shao heaved a sigh of relief and put on his sea-engulfing robe. He patted his hood and said, "We're going to the bottom of the sea. Be careful." In front of Jiang Shao, the two hands of the sea-engulfing robe waved gently. Whoosh! In a flash, Jiang Shao floated directly to the door of the sea-engulfing robe at the bottom of the North Atlantic Ocean and dove in. Right in front of him, the humming whale, whose eyes were burning with white flames, was staring at the space gate with its big eyes that were like searchlights. It was like a pitiful kindergarten child waiting for its parents to take it home. Beside the humming whale's eyes, Yi Qingchen, who was wearing the sea-engulfing robe, seemed to be comforting the humming whale. Her palm, which was pressing on the smooth skin of the humming whale, stiffened slightly, and the humming whale suddenly moaned. "Buzz!" Yi Qingchen turned around and saw Jiang Shao floating at the door, after which a smile of joy appeared on her face. Jiang Shao nodded with a smile and floated over. He patted Yi Qingchen's head with his left hand and patted the humming whale's skin with his right. "Where's Gu Shuren?" Jiang Shao looked around and realized that Yi Qingchen was pointing at the head of the humming whale. How could Jiang Shao see the head of the humming whale? He gently pressed his hand on the huge eye of the humming whale, and at the next moment, the white flames in the eye of the humming whale flowed along Jiang Zhao's palm and arm, spiraling all the way, and finally wrapped around the sea-devouring robe. Then, the humming whale shattered and turned into boundless and rich star power that fused into Jiang Zhao's body. In the blue star power that was visible to the naked eye, Gu Shuren, who was wearing a cloak and lying down, slowly floated down Gu Shu, and tilted his head weakly and glanced at Jiang Shao before spitting out a string of bubbles. Jiang Shao was so angry that he almost laughed. "Look at you! Are you a corpse?" Jiang Shao suddenly waved his hand and the door of the Calamity Shadow World opened beside Gu Shu. Whoosh! The lifeless Gu Shu, and was directly sucked into the door of the sea-engulfing robe and blasted away by a water cannon. Yi Qingchen panicked and floated backward involuntarily with the two sea-engulfing robes in her hand. Whoosh! Jiang Shao put away the space gate and waved at Yi Qingchen. Yi Qingchen's expression changed, and he hesitated for a long time. In the end, he made up his mind and gritted his teeth. Seemingly resigned to fate, he closed his eyes and drifted towards Jiang Shao. "What are you doing? Asking for a kiss?" Jiang Shao was a little confused. He carefully extended his hand and placed it gently on Yi Qingchen's shoulder, after which their figures immediately flickered. "Huh?" Yi Qingqian's legs went limp and she was hurriedly carried by the sea engulfing robe. Due to the fact that she had been underwater for a long time and had the help of the sea engulfing robe, Yi Qingqian had always been in a state of weightlessness. Hence, she was naturally not used to the sudden landing. She looked at the bewildered Jiang Shao, after which she blushed. Yi Qingqian initially thought that Jiang Shao was going to open the space gate next to her and suck her in. Where is this? Yi Qingqian asked softly. The lounge in second last's office. It's very safe. Don't worry, Jiang Shao said as he opened the space gate, only to see Gu Shi unsulking. Gu Shi flew out and asked, "Are you still human?" It did not feel good to be sucked in and then spit out. Hee, I saw that you looked listless, so I wanted to cheer you up. Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "Don't mention it. Do you know how long I've been hungry?" Gu Shi asked with a pained expression. Jiang Shao said, Gu Shi said, "I've been hungry for as long as I've been at the bottom of the sea. The buzz whale has clothes and we can eat. Yi Qingqian and I have to rely on her blessing to survive. Why didn't you send us some food? I'm starving." Jiang Shao scratched his head. The star technique, blessing, was used to restore one's vitality. Hence, Gu Shi would not starve to death, and might even be in good health. However, the feeling of hunger and thirst were real, and the blessing would not bring him any sense of fullness. Jiang Shao was a little embarrassed and said, "Let's have a feast later. By the way, I have something to discuss with you first." Gu Shi asked, "What is it?" Jiang Shao said, "The quality of my Calamity World is going to be upgraded, and the terrain will most likely be reset. Hence, you have to move everything in the Calamity World. Otherwise, it might be covered by the new terrain." Gu Shi froze for a moment and immediately understood what Jiang Shao was talking about. Jiang Shao frantically said, "This should be the highest quality. After the terrain is reset, it won't change anymore. Let's choose a quiet place." "Don't worry." Gu Shi nodded and said, "It can still be upgraded? Damn. That's already a world. How can it be upgraded?" Jiang Shao shrugged and said, "How would I know? I'll just take a look. Go pack up your valuables and things in the room, and put them in your Calamity World. Then, come out. I'll wait for you here." Jiang Shao turned to look at Yi Qingqian and said, "You've just moved in. You don't have much stuff, huh?" Yi Qingqian frantically shook his head and said, "No." Jiang Shao said, "Then sit down and wait for a while." As he spoke, Jiang Shao and Yi Qingqian took a step back, and a door opened on the side of the single bed in the lounge, after which a long leg strode out. Second last was clearly stunned for a moment. She looked at Jiang Shao and then at Yi Qingqian, who was wearing a cloak. "Have you completed the mission?" "Yes," Yi Qingqian answered frantically. "Okay." Second last closed the door and lowered her head to look at the two of them. "What are you two doing in my room?" Jiang Shao smiled apologetically and strode forward. "Aren't we here to welcome our Brigadier Luan back from training? We know you're tired, so we're here to give you our blessings. Brigadier Luan, you've worked hard." Jiang Shao then turned to glance at Yi Qingqian and said, "Qingqian, what are you waiting for? Give her your blessings." Second last's pupils constricted, and she grabbed Jiang Zhao's collar with one hand before lifting him up to cover her head. At the door, Yi Qingqian didn't raise her hand to give her blessings at all. She was wringing her fingers nervously and at a loss for what to do. Second last was clearly stuck in her actions, and she casually tossed Jiang Shao onto the bed. She had just realized that there was only one person who would dare to be so mischievous. How would Yi Qingqian dare to give her a blessing? Jiang Shao grimaced in pain and the bed almost collapsed. "Why are you reacting so strongly?" Second last glanced at Jiang Shao coldly with her long and narrow eyes and said, "Stand in the corner in a military stance. If there's anything, wait for me to come back." Second last then left in a flash. He reckoned that she must have gone to listen to the Heavenly Hound's report. Jiang Shao scratched his head and sat up from the bed, only to see that the obedient I Qianqian was already standing in a military stance in the corner. Jiang Shao pointed at the door and said, Qianqian, you don't have to stand in a military stance. It's none of your business. Go help Xia Yan move. Okay. I Qianqian grabbed the two souls of the Sea Devourer and hurriedly walked towards the door of the Calamity World. Staring at the merciless back, Jiang Shao sighed softly and said, You've shouldered everything alone after all. I Qianqian froze in his tracks and was dumbfounded. Chapter 1060. It was the afternoon of January 15th. There was a row of people standing in second-last Scourge ruins. The big cloak organization that Xia Yan was talking about was indeed established. Apart from second last and Jiang Shou, who were not wearing cloaks, everyone else, including Xia Yan, Han Jiangshu, Jiang Shao, Gu Xian, and I Qianqian, was wearing a large black cloak. As far as the eye could see, it looked like an evil organization, full of pretentious vibes. Second last sat on the ground and leaned her back against the air wall. She then said to Jiang Shou, Let's begin. Jiang Shao received the order and absorbed one of the diamond-quality Void Calamity star beads that he held in his hand. For Jiang Shao, one was enough because the internal star map gave him clear data. However, Han Jiangshu obviously had to play it safe. She didn't know about the data, so she obtained a few more diamond-quality Void Calamity star beads when she was farming star beads previously. Unfortunately, the advancement of the star beads only increased the quality of the star beads, but not the quality of the star technique. Otherwise, everyone's star techniques would be of a higher quality. As one of the star beads in Jiang Zhao's hand shattered, a message appeared in his internal star map. Space-time gap upgraded. Candle moon quality. Scourge ruins upgraded. Candle moon quality. Jiang Shao raised his brows slightly and thought, Candle moon quality? The name was completely beyond Jiang Zhao's expectations. Candle moon is actually above the star? The quality of the star beads and star techniques started from brass quality and advanced all the way to diamond quality before undergoing a qualitative change. After that, it became star beads and star technique. In other words, the quality of the star beads was upgraded from a human perspective. In modern society, science and technology had advanced and developed to this day. Everyone knew that a random looming star in the night sky was likely to be larger than the sun. From this perspective, how could a satellite like the moon be compared to a star? However, in the perspective of fairy tales and ancient legends of Chinese society, the order of sun, moon, and star had always been the same. Hence, the star quality was not a star from a scientific point of view but a star in the story? The more Jiang Shao thought about it, the more he felt that something was amiss. This was because in his internal star map, there were no more minor grades after the candle moon grade. It seemed to have returned to the highest grade, and there was no way for it to be upgraded for now. But according to the name, there must be a quality of sun behind Zhuiyue. Jiang Shao frowned and thought, have I solved the case? This quality was still not at the peak. Was there still a possibility of advancement? One day in the future, he would have to close his internal star map and adjust it again. It's a success, second last suddenly said to Jiang Shou. Yes, I succeeded. Jiang Shou's mind was also in a mess as he casually replied. Second last said, Show me the star map. Jiang Shou pondered for a moment. Not far away, a 9-star chart appeared in front of Jiang Shao. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Jiang Shao? You? Xia Yan stuttered. Jiang Shao looked up, only to see that everyone was staring at his internal star map, and their gazes were very focused. From Jiang Shou's perspective, he saw that the star map in front of Jiang Zhao's chest was filled with dazzling diamonds and stars. If anyone were to see it, they would probably be scared to death. In the 6th-star slot, the originally dazzling stars turned into the image of a moon that was visible to the naked eye. It was extremely similar to the full moon that people saw on the 15th and 16th of August. However, the moon was not the only one. There was also a red flame that was not large and was just like a faint candle flame. It slowly swam around the edge of the bright moon. Wherever the candle flame passed, it left behind a trail of scarlet flames. It was like a path of flames, burning towards the center of the moon. However, as the flame moved away, the path of flames that it left behind also gradually dissipated. Just like that, the flame slowly swam in circles. The bright moon was tainted by the candle flame again and again, turning crimson red. Then, as the flame disappeared, it returned to its original brightness. For the layman of the Great Cloak Organization, that scene was, of course, incomprehensible. And for an expert like Jiang Shao, he was actually also dumbfounded. Jiang Shao, who had opened his internal star map, saw a clearer image on it. Damn it! This star slot is impressive. It has its own special effects and is full of suave. According to Jiang Zhao's conjecture, the next quality is really related to sun. In that case, does the 9 suns in Jiang Zhao's star map count as an additional star technique? Will the star map be blinded by the brightness of the star map? Jiang Shao recovered from the shock and pointed at his 6th star slot. He looked at Xia Yan and asked, "Do you call this a big colored diamond?" Xia Yan smacked her lips, seemingly having yet to recover from the shock. She asked, "What's it called then? Fiery moon? Flaming moon?" Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he consciously led everyone to the correct answer. The flame looks like a candle flame. Why don't we call it the candlelight quality? Second last suddenly said, "That's not important. The star technique effect is the most important." Jiang Shao nodded profusely and looked at the introduction of the star technique in his internal star map. Spacetime gap. Candlelight quality cleverly uses spacetime gaps to make you a real outlaw. Consumes a large amount of star power to perform teleportation. There were no changes to the star technique introduction. Jiang Zhao's heart skipped a beat and he activated his own world of calamity and shadow. Whoosh! Jiang Shao stood at the entrance of the world of calamity and shadow with an awkward expression. It was right in front of him, but he couldn't teleport in. What's going on? I still can't teleport into the alternate space? Are there any changes after the quality is upgraded? Jiang Shao sensed it carefully and his expression suddenly became peculiar. Immediately afterwards, he turned to look at everyone. Han Jiangshu asked with concern, "What's the matter?" Jiang Shao extended a hand and suddenly emitted several threads of star power that were invisible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, his body flickered and he teleported in front of second last. Xia Yan exclaimed, "Ah!" Yi Qingqian asked, "Huh?" Gu Xian asked, "What the heck?" Second last's eyes narrowed and she said, "Teleport with your teammates." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "You don't have to touch the target's body to teleport them. You can teleport them through space." In that case, Jiang Shao extended his hand again and emitted a thread of star power that connected to Xia Yan's body. Teleport. Xia Yan stood rooted to the ground and blinked. Staring at Jiang Shao, she asked, "What's going on?" "No, nothing." Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly. He thought that he could teleport her away, but Xia Yan didn't move at all. In that case, he still had to teleport with everyone at the same time. Second last asked, "What's the number limit?" Jiang Shao closed his eyes and sensed it carefully for a while, after which the threads of star power that were invisible to the naked eye were emitted from his body. He said, "Including me, I can carry a maximum of 9 people." "Okay, not bad," second last said with a nod. As an appetizer, it was not too bad. Jiang Zhao's teleportation could allow him to teleport around the entire world, especially after the quality was upgraded. He could even teleport further. From the looks of it now, teleportation, that could bring people to blink was equivalent to teleportation, and it was teleportation without casting a spell. Don't underestimate it. On the battlefield, 1 second was enough to decide life and death. Teleportation without any lag could save lives, but it could also kill. This was also a qualitative change on another level. The transition from the combat teleportation to the magic teleportation still retained all the advantages of the combat teleportation while discarding the disadvantages of the magic teleportation. Second last asked, "What about the ruins of the Calamity Shadow?" Jiang Shao glanced at the introduction of the ruins of the Calamity Shadow, only to discover a huge problem. Ruins of the Calamity Shadow. Candle Moon quality summons a world that is the same as the Calamity Shadow. How did it change? The noun at the end changed. It used to summon ruins of space, but now it's summoning a world? Jiang Shao turned around to look at the door of the Calamity Shadow's world. In a flash, he brought everyone to the door of the space door. Second last was initially leaning against the air wall leisurely. However, she was suddenly teleported over and immediately leaned backward. Jiang Shou, who was beside her, extended his leg and was about to stop her. However, second last's reaction was faster. She supported herself with one hand and looked up at Jiang Shao with an unfriendly expression. If you're on the battlefield, pay attention to communicating in advance. Otherwise, there will be trouble. Yes. Jiang Shou nodded profusely. In front of them, Jiang Shao waved his right hand and the door of the Calamity Shadow's world extended infinitely and expanded rapidly. Seeing that it was about to touch the air wall, Jiang Shao hurriedly restrained his ability, a little afraid that an accident would happen. Jiang Shao said foolishly, "The size of the space door can be adjusted at will. It's bigger than before. I'm afraid I'll have to go out and find an empty place to determine the maximum size of the space door." Xia Yan stepped forward and said anxiously, "Later, we'll go and take a look later. Let's see what has changed inside." "Let's go." With that said, the group entered one after another, only to see a reset, void extra-dimensional space landscape. Everyone looked left and right, but they didn't seem to find anything different. The afternoon sun was hanging in the sky, and the world was still the same as before. Jiang Shao secretly thought to himself, it can't be that simple. There are obvious changes in the introduction of the star technique. It has changed from space ruins to world, which means Jiang Shao flashed and vanished without a trace. Everyone was looking around, but they didn't find any creatures. However, Jiang Shao flashed back with a look of shock. Xia Yan hurriedly leaned forward and asked, "What's the matter? Tell me, what did you find?" However, Jiang Shao draped the sea-devouring soul on second last. His eyes then turned red and a layer of water stains appeared on his body. He used the star power threads to connect everyone, after which second last and the big cloak organization immediately disappeared, leaving Jiang Shou alone. Everyone appeared in the sky above. Jiang Shao pointed below and asked, "What did you see?" However, Xia Yan reached out curiously and touched the clouds floating above, only to find that they were like cotton candy. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to grab hold of them. Han Jiangxue was stunned for a moment. She stood in the sky and looked down at the terrain below. After scrutinizing it for a while, she asked in disbelief, "Is this the Heavenly Lake? Great Tibetan Heavenly Lake?" The three of them had just returned from the void-dimensional space beside the Heavenly Lake. Of course, she knew what the Heavenly Lake looked like. Jiang Shao flashed again with everyone, but this time, they were on top of a mountain. A trace of confusion flashed in Xia Yan's eyes, and she found the place to be a little familiar. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "This is Mount Hua, the mountain where I once broke through the galaxy stage." Unlike Mount Hua on Earth and China, Mount Hua here had not been developed. There were no roads, fences, or anything like that. Second last looked at Han Jiangxue, seemingly deep in thought. She had already realized something. Jiang Shao flashed again with everyone, only to find that they were standing in a world of ice and snow. Everyone exhaled wisps of white mist from their mouth. In front of them were numerous exquisite rhyme trees, as if they were exquisitely carved and extremely beautiful. Jiang Shao said, "This is Zhongji land. I've never been here on Earth, but I'm very familiar with the terrain of the 3 provinces in the north. I've explored this place before." As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Shao flashed again with everyone. There were blue skies and white clouds, the weather was pleasant, and the waves were lapping on the beach. It was shockingly beautiful. The sudden change from the ice and snow in the north to the warm spring in the south made them feel a little uncomfortable. Xia Yan was very clear about where Jiang Shao had been and what kind of maps he had explored. It was rare for her to be intelligent, and she guessed, "Is this the small island where Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun got married? Is this Cheongzhou province?" Seeing that Jiang Shao nodded affirmatively, everyone was dumbfounded. Second last said, "Your ruins of calamity has changed qualitatively and become a planet, a world." She squatted down and grabbed a handful of fine sand, after which she gently crushed it in her hand and let it fall on the beach. She sighed gently and looked into the distance. Staring at the layers of waves and listening to the sound of the waves, she murmured softly, "A primitive and special planet." Jiang Shao looked at everyone and said softly, "I might really have a world." Chapter 1061. Jiang Shao hesitated for a moment before saying, "It seems to be based on the alien ball at this time, but there are no star beasts." Han Jiangshi frowned slightly and asked, "Why did you say that it's based on the alien ball?" Jiang Shao said, "Because the scenery in Zhongji land that we just went to is almost the same as the place I passed by on the alien ball. The key was that according to the introduction of the star technique, it was the world where the void calamity lived. Hence, it was reasonable for it to be the same as Earth, but Jiang Shao didn't mention it." I Qingchen suddenly said, Pippi, there's a way to verify if this place is based on the alien ball." Jiang Shao turned to look at I Qingchen and got an idea when he saw his chubby face. I Qingchen's hometown, the Central Plains. On Earth, there were no pillars of light in the Central Plains, but there were on the alien ball. The ghost monk clan at the top of the ancient pagoda relied on the pillars of light to build the ancient pagoda. Jiang Shao and the others flashed quickly, and when they appeared again, they were already standing on the familiar Central Plains. In front of everyone was a piece of land that had been broken through. A huge white beam of light, mixed with black particles, soared straight into the sky. Confirmed. It was indeed the template of the alien ball. Jiang Shao looked at the white beam of light and said, "In that case, let's report it." Second last turned around and looked at Jiang Shao thoughtfully. After pondering for a while, she said, "Have you decided?" "Yes." Jiang Shao nodded solemnly and said, "Since we can give the people a safe shelter, why not?" Second last smiled and reached out to rub Jiang Zhao's head gently. At this moment, she didn't seem to regard Jiang Shao as her soldier, but as a confidant and a partner who matched her values. "By the way, where's our home? Hurry up and look for them, and the cows that we stole." Caught and reared," Xia Yan said frantically and accidentally let it slip. Gu Shi'an was a little dumbfounded too. Yeah. Their home should be at the location where the door was first opened. Why didn't I see it just now? Moreover, they had been standing right above the sky lake for a long time, but they did not see the stone villa or the Flower Sea Ranch. Gu Shi'an turned to look at Jiang Shao and asked, "Where are the oxen? 4,000 or 5,000 of them were all reset." "Why are you panicking? Living creatures won't be reset. At most they'll be buried alive," Jiang Shao said while glancing at Xia Yan guiltily. On the other hand, Xia Yan pursed her lips and smiled at Jiang Shao. This was too lifelike. It was exactly the same as the WeChat emoji. Jiang Shao pointed at Xia Yan's nose and barked, "Scold me again?" Xia Yan pursed her lips again at Jiang Shao. Han Jiangshi frowned slightly and said, "Jiang Shao." "Humph." Jiang Shao humphed coldly and turned to look at Gu Shi'an. "Don't worry about me. The cow can die, but even if it's a corpse, I can still find it. As he spoke, Jiang Zhao's eyes quietly changed and turned into nothingness. Slowly, 9 stars appeared in Jiang Zhao's eyes. Gu Shiren was speechless. Before Pippi upgraded the quality of his star technique, he left a mark on the collared bulls. He can locate them through their location. Yiqingchen exclaimed softly while staring at Jiang Zhao's beautiful eyes. Pippi is so smart. Jiang Zhao was speechless. You can praise me, but can you not praise me like I'm a kindergartner? Confirm the location. Let's go. Everyone's figures flickered, and they stood at the foot of a snowy mountain before arriving at a pasture. Seeing the familiar scene in front of him, Yiqingchen asked in bewilderment, Everything's fine here? Didn't the scene reset? Han Jiangshua gestured to the pasture in the distance, and saw that the collared bulls were continuously summoning flowers and plants to change the appearance of the land. She said, the scene should have been reset. Look at the sea of flowers. Something's wrong. They don't grow on the ground. Instead, their roots seem to have been cut off. Jiang Zhao nodded and stepped on the pasture that was covered with flowers. He bent down to pick up a broken flower and said, the flowers have indeed been cut off by the terrain. Jiang Zhao looked around and realized that the collared bulls were summoning flowers again and changing the terrain. Not far away, the shepherd's house that belonged to the high couple was still standing there and had not changed at all. While looking at it, Jiang Zhao was shocked, and he frantically raised his head to look around at the forest of trees that the gardener had once put in a lot of effort to plant and surround. The flowers have been cut off by the terrain. What about the forest of trees? Jiang Zhao quickly flashed and arrived at the edge of the pasture. He then pushed hard in front of a large tree. He discovered that the tree trunk was firmly rooted in the ground. Its roots had not been cut off and it had not fallen down. What does that mean? Is he picking on the weaker ones? The roots are harder than the stems of the flowers? Logically speaking, when Xia Yan was pushed into the ground, the boulders were also blown up and the spirit monkey was born. Xia Yan looked at the pasture in the distance curiously and turned around to see the Hai family's shepherd's house. She said, the buildings are not affected at all. We can get Jiang Shou to send Teacher Hai over. Jiang Shao hurriedly said, we can't live in them yet. We have to check the stability of their houses. At present, everything built on the original scenery has not been affected at all. However, we have to check everything under the ground. Jiang Shao then flashed back and brought everyone to the stone villa. However, there was a huge change. The buildings did not change much, but the problem was the huge lake in front of them. Jiang Shao had once spent a lot of effort to create a playground for the humming whales. The lake that he had blasted overnight had already turned back into a stone ground. Poor humming whales, the playground is gone, Yiqingchen said with a look of pity. Xia Yan said indifferently, let's build another one. Jiang Shao humphed and said, you two fools, I have a planet now. The entire Pacific Ocean and Atlantic Ocean can become a playground for the humming whales. Xia Yan's mouth was agape. She finally realized that the entire planet was Jiang Zhao's personal belongings. Jiang Shao, Gu Shiren suddenly called out. Jiang Shao turned to look at Gu Shiren and immediately understood what he wanted to do. Jiang Shao gestured to the stone villa and said, you guys go and send the furniture. By the way, test the stability of the house before you send it over. However, with the sturdiness of the material I used for the foundation, it should be fine even if the terrain is reset. With that, Jiang Shao left in a flash. When he reappeared, he was standing on a small hill with Gu Shiren. It was great that they did not have to touch the target. They could just take him away from a certain distance. Gu Shiren looked around to see that the mountain was still the same and the forest was still standing firmly on the mountain. However, the flowers were scattered all over the ground and the river and lake in front of the mountain were nowhere to be seen. His mother's stone room had also been filled with soil from the mountain. However, if they were to dig it up now, they should be able to find the outline of the stone tomb. Go and do what you need to do. I'll go back by myself later, Gu Shiran said. Let's go together, Jiang Shao said and flew up high to summon the humming whale again. There were not many major events in life. Jiang Shao had his own judgment about which was more important. To him, the funeral and the funeral were definitely the most important. Since he could not attend his aunt's funeral, he would give her a good environment. As a brother, he would help if he could. Jiang Shao thought about it while working with the humming whale. The ancient Yi Pagoda City and the White Birch Forest Tree City were all built on the basis of the original terrain. Those towns should also be healthy. After working for half a day, Jiang Shao confirmed that this area was indeed Dezhang Province. However, it was some distance away from Tianhu and was located in the central region of Dezhang. At the thought of the fact that the entire planet was his and it was based on the alien ball, Jiang Zhao's mind started to work again. In the stone villa, Jiang Shou activated his Shadow of Calamity ruins and walked in. After a flash, Jiang Shou was elated. In the resting corner, Uncle Hai and Aunt Hai were hugging their grandson and granddaughter. They were sitting on the sofa and comforting them. In the fitness corner, Fang Xingyun was walking on a treadmill. She did not exercise much and looked like she was just taking a walk. In Jiang Shou's vision, Hai Tianqing was standing next to a bunk bed. He had his hands behind his back and was looking down at Martha, who was sleeping soundly. Hai Tianqing looked left and right. He could not hold back his curiosity and stretched out his finger to check Martha's breathing. This was actually a body without a soul? Jiang Zhao's special star map had such an effect that it could control a foreigner's body? Jiang Shou said, "Hey, what are you doing?" Hai Tianqing was so scared that he trembled. Perhaps it was because he had a guilty conscience, so his reaction was especially big. Hai Tianqing hurriedly turned around and put his hands behind his back. He saw that Jiang Shou had arrived. Following the sound, Fang Xingyun hurriedly walked over. Hai Tianqing hurriedly winked at Jiang Shou and moved away from the bed without leaving a trace. "Xiaopi is here?" Fang Xingyun's face was filled with joy as he said, "The astral power in this space is really dense. I also have the Shadow of Calamity's ruins. Xiaopi, Teacher Fang, can you help me fill the space with astral power as well? I've discussed with Hai Tianqing. We hope that we can raise our 2 children in such an environment. They will definitely be very healthy." Fang Xingyun was an intellectual and polite woman. Under normal circumstances, she would not make such a request as soon as they met. It could be seen that after becoming a mother, her mentality had changed a little. "Ah, no problem." Jiang Shou did not hesitate and immediately nodded. He then turned to look at Hai Tianqing. Hai Tianqing's back was facing Fang Xingyun and he looked at Jiang Shou with a pleading look. Jiang Shou looked at Hai Tianqing meaningfully and stopped fooling around with him. He said, "The outside world has changed a lot. Your herdsman's house is still there, and you can continue to live next to the ranch. However, now you have a new choice." Hearing Jiang Shou's words, Hai Tianqing immediately heaved a sigh of relief. Although he did not do anything and only probed the air out of curiosity, it did not sound good. Furthermore, Fang Xingyun had just given birth to a child, so her emotions had not returned to normal yet. "What choice?" Hai Tianqing asked hurriedly. Jiang Shou thought for a moment and said, "The outside world has become a real planet. You can choose all the places in the world that have beautiful scenery and are as warm as spring." Hai Tianqing was speechless. Jiang Shou turned to look at Fang Xingyun and said with a smile, "I mean anywhere. If you want, your new home can be on the island where you got married." Fang Xingyun's eyes lit up and she said, "The place where I got married?" Jiang Shou smiled generously and said, "Yes, Teacher Fang, I've given you the land on the island." Women were really magical creatures. Hai Tianqing's thought process was obviously more normal after hearing the message from Jiang Shou. he asked. Your shadow ruins has become earth? Fang Xingyun immediately reacted and said in disbelief, Xiaopi? Jiang Shou shrugged and said, yes, the terrain of the special version of Earth is basically the same. You can choose any of the vacation spots in the country and abroad. Bana in Kainan Province, Qianhu in East Zhejiang, Deer City in Qiongzhou, Beihe in Yanzhou. Don't go to Yanzhou. I'm a little traumatized by Yanzhou. The more Hai Tianqing listened, the more confused he became. At the side, Uncle Hai and Aunt Hai, who were sitting on the sofa, walked over with their children in their arms. Jiang Shou scratched his head and said, why don't you guys go to other countries? I don't have any plans to receive foreign friends for the time being. It's quieter outside. Xia, Madai, Honolulu. Uncle Hai hugged his granddaughter, who was sleeping soundly, and said softly, Xiao Jiang, is there still a place to stay in Beijiang Province? I think our hometown, Jiangbin City, is good enough. Uncle Hai, you've misunderstood. This is just like Earth, but it's not the real Earth, Jiang Shou said apologetically. There are no cities on this planet. The location of Jiangbin City should be a piece of undeveloped terrain like plains and hills, Jiang Shou said apologetically. A tall building starts from the ground. Uncle Hai patted his granddaughter and shook her gently. Let Xiao Hai learn a few reinforced concrete star technique. He doesn't have to take care of the child anyway. Since he has nothing better to do, he can build a city for fun. I think the construction of the Yi ancient pagoda is pretty good. Hai Tianqing was dumbfounded. Reinforced concrete star technique? What the hell is that? Composite star technique? Hai Tianqing had been a star warrior for more than 30 years and had been taught a lesson by his father today. All of a sudden, water droplets gathered beside Hai Tianqing. Next, an arm was placed on Hai Tianqing's shoulder, after which a lazy and intoxicating voice sounded in Hai Tianqing's ears. What's the matter, Xiao Hai? Aren't you going to listen to me? Hai Tianqing leaned to the other side, trying his best to dodge. He turned his head in a daze, only to see Martha, who had come back to life. The girl's crystal-clear eyes had a mischievous smile on her face. The world was just so unfair. If a beautiful girl was mischievous, she would be called a mischievous girl. If Jiang Shou did that with his real body, Hai Tianqing would kick him. At this moment, Hai Tianqing's body stiffened and he didn't dare to move for a full 3 seconds. Fang Xingyun couldn't help but laugh and look at Jiang Shou with a reproachful expression. Xiaopi, don't be mischievous. Okay. Martha pursed her lips and took a few steps back before sitting on the bed. Hai Tianqing calmed himself down and heaved a deep sigh of relief. Chapter 1062. 3 days later, in the cubicle of Second Last's office, a figure flickered and stood at the door, looking at Jiang Shou, who was sitting on the bed. At this moment, there was a door of the Calamity Shadow World opening and closing in front of Jiang Shou. Second Last watched quietly without disturbing Jiang Shou. When Jiang Shou looked up, Second Last finally said, I've already reported it to the higher-ups. According to us, everything is attributed to your star technique martial arts. As you open up and use the Star Atlas, Star Martial Arts, the 9 Star Atlases will not only enhance the quality of your star techniques, but they will also be able to complement the other star techniques in the same star bead when you go to the void dimensional space to obtain star bead. Jiang Shou nodded and asked, What reaction did the old leader have? Second Last said, He didn't ask much about your star technique martial arts. After all, everyone's star map is unique and has all sorts of strange effects. His focus is on your Calamity Shadow World. He said that this matter is extremely important and he asked us to keep it a secret for the time being. He wants us to wait for them to make a decision. Okay. You've arranged for Xiaoli and Tengu to stay in my office. I have nowhere else to go. Jiang Shou nodded and said, Okay. Second Last said in a hoarse voice, You have a planet and many places to go. Jiang Shao scratched his head in distress and said, "If I go in, I'll lose contact with you. Come here, I discovered something interesting." Second Last raised her eyebrows and stared at Jiang Shao for a few seconds. After realizing that he wasn't joking, she flashed and sat down beside Jiang Shao. "You're so lazy," Jiang Shao mumbled to himself, then gestured at the entrance to the Calamity Shadow's world that resembled a dragon cave tunnel. Here. After a few days of experimentation, Jiang Shao discovered that the size of the entrance to the Calamity Shadow world could be adjusted to the size of a 1m*1m square and the largest to a 100m*100m square. What can't I throw into the space door? Second Last glanced at the small, space tunnel in front of her and stuck her head in. Of course, it was an extremely dangerous move. Once Jiang Shao closed the space door, Second Last would be beheaded. However, Second Last trusted Jiang Shao very much. Second Last stuck her head in to take a look before retreating. "Is there a problem?" Jiang Shao asked. "What did you see?" Second Last said, "It's a desolate ruins of calamity." And then, Jiang Shao closed the small space door and made some adjustments before opening another one. Here. Without hesitation, Second Last peeked her head in again, only to be slightly stunned. The scene in front of him changed from the desolate land of the shadow ruins to blue skies, white clouds, and a warm breeze. Second Last exited the space door and said, "You can open the space door in every corner of the Calamity world." "Yeah, I just realized it too, but I can't adjust it while the gate is open. I can only close the gate of the Shadow of Calamity ruin and open it again to adjust the position," Jiang Shao said as his hands moved in the same manner. He closed the spatial gate and opened another one. Second Last looked inside again, and this time she saw a vast expanse of white forest and snowfield. Second Last retreated and remained silent for a while before saying, "Do you know what this means? This way of using star techniques is of great strategic value." Yeah. Jiang Shao nodded and said, "But there's a problem." Second Last asked, "What is it?" Jiang Shao said, "When I'm outside the Calamity world, I can open the gate in any corner of the Calamity world. However, if I'm in the Calamity world, I won't be able to open the gate in any corner of the earth. The location of the gate must be the location where I entered the Calamity world previously." Second Last nodded and said, "Don't be greedy. This is already perfect." "Okay." Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Let's wait for the news. Let's see if the higher-ups want us to send civilians in first or send a few troops in to do some living, production, and construction. I think the old leaders will send a few troops in first. What do you think?" "That's not for you to consider," Second Last said casually in a hoarse voice. "We'll just follow the orders." Jiang Shao pursed his lips and sat on the edge of the bed. He then shifted his butt backward and leaned his upper body backward. Leaning against the wall, he said in a half-lying posture, "Hai Tianqing and Fang Xingyun's home is on the island where they got married. It's the island where you showed up last time and left right away." Second Last said, "Okay." Jiang Shao said, "Is there anything you like? We don't have to live on this plateau. There are many suitable places for us to live in." Second Last said, "Let's live here." Jiang Shao smacked his lips and asked, "Why? Is it suitable for your cold and aloof temperament?" Second Last was speechless. Jiang Shao looked at the silent Second Last and continued, "It'll be Lunar New Year in 5 or 6 days. How did you arrange it?" "We'll talk about it when the time comes. I'm going to advance to the Starry Sky stage soon. I'll go train first." Second Last then stood up and opened the space door that belonged to her. Jiang Shao stared at Second Last's back in a daze. After some time, he suddenly heard someone knocking on the door. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and asked in bewilderment, "Come in?" Who would come to Second Last's office? Who would knock on the door of the suite? The door was pushed open, only to see Yi Qingchen standing there. Jiang Shao finally remembered that Yi Qingchen had come out with him to wait for second last. This time, Yi Qingchen had brought his mobile phone with him and had been charging it in the office. The soundproofing of the lounge was so good that no sound could be heard at all. Jiang Shao and second last chatted and forgot about the person outside. Yi Qingchen came out this time to give his mother a call and report on the recent situation. She did have a lot of things to report, such as advancing to the Starry Sky stage, turning into Star Warrior, absorbing star pets. How is it? Is Auntie happy? Jiang Shao asked with a smile. Ah, Pippi, I didn't call my mother just now. Yi Qingchen closed the door with a hesitant look on his face, as if he wanted to say something. Jiang Shao frantically asked with concern, Did something happen? Yi Qingchen hesitated for a moment before saying, Xiao Tao ran away from home. Chen Ling Tao? Jiang Shao froze for a moment. He had accepted 2 disciples in the Yi family, one of whom was Yi Qingchen, and the other was another young talent of the Yi family, Chen Ling Tao. Yi Qingchen's gift was the Black Ridge Fire Feather, while Chen Ling Tao's gift was the Heavenly Halberd. Unfortunately, Chen Ling Tao was still young and was only in the nebula stage. Hence, he wasn't suitable to join the light-chasing team for the time being. In fact, he wasn't even qualified to be an apprentice. Hence, Jiang Shao could only drag Yi Qingchen into the light-chasing team. Jiang Shao frantically asked, Have you found him? Yi Qingchen nodded frantically and said, Yes, he contacted me. Ever since my phone was charged and turned on, I've received a lot of messages. One of them is from Xiao Tao. The world is in chaos. Why is he running around in the nebula stage? Of course, Jiang Shao couldn't say that out loud. He looked at Yi Qingchen and said, Don't be anxious. Where is he now? I'll go pick him up. Yi Qingchen said, Xiao Tao is in Izhou City. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. Did this kid come all the way from Zhongyuan Province to Dajiang Province? Why is he so cool? Yi Qingchen's voice became softer and softer. When I first came here, I told my family that the headquarters of the Tail Feather Brigade is in Izhou City. I reckon Xiao Tao came here because he found out about this. Jiang Shao thought about it and was amused. Don't you know what your family's standards are like? If you didn't deliberately let him go, how could a kid in the nebula stage travel so far? Don't worry, Chen Lingtao might not even realize that there are people protecting him. Let's make a bet. He has at least 4 bodyguards in the galaxy stage, and maybe even 1 in the starfall stage. Do you believe me? Huh. Yi Qingchen blinked and pondered for a while before saying, That seems to be the case. Jiang Shao said, Where is he now? Be specific. I'll go and take a look. Yi Qingchen hurriedly walked over and showed Jiang Shao the location map on his mobile phone. Okay, let's go. Jiang Shao brought Yi Qingchen to the entrance of a small hotel. Looking at the shabby signboard, Jiang Shao secretly chuckled and thought, It's probably the first time in my life that I'm staying in such a small hotel, right? The 2 of them went straight to room 203 and Yi Qingchen knocked on the door. Sister Qingchen. Chen Lingtao opened the door with a look of joy on his face. Then, he saw Jiang Shao and hurriedly said, Master. You can leave home at the age of 19. Haha, not bad. You're my role model. Jiang Shao chuckled. However, as soon as he said that, he felt that something was amiss. Smoke? Yi Qingchen strode in and frowned. How did you learn to smoke? Ah. Chen Lingtao replied casually with a nonchalant expression. He then took a step back and let the 2 of them in. He could tell that Yi Qingchen and Chen Lingtao were not particularly close. Firstly, they were cousins. Secondly, both of them were the cream of the crop in their respective age group. They were usually busy with their own things and rarely had the chance to meet each other. Of course, Yi Qingchen might not have met anyone much, but she met Grimace Monk the most. During the years they were in university, they fought and killed each other every day. Since they were relatives, the 2 of them would not be too distant. However, Yi Qingqian would not consider herself a disciplinarian either. Jiang Shao finally understood that Chen Lingtao was not only there to seek refuge with his cousin, but he was also there to seek refuge with his master. Jiang Shao sat down on the bed. He had long gotten used to the smell of smoke. Gu Shi'an was a heavy smoker. Even if he hid from others and smoked by the window, it would not affect Jiang Shao from inhaling secondhand smoke. In the Star Warrior world, secondhand smoke was not a big deal. After a few blessings, even the blackest lungs would be bleached. Tell me, what's going on? It's almost the Lunar New Year and high school is on holiday. You're going to take the college entrance examination in half a semester and you're running away from home now? Isn't there the national high school competition in the second half of the semester? Are you not participating anymore? Jiang Shao asked with a smile. Nope, it's boring. Chen Lingtao pursed his lips and said. However, he changed the topic and said respectfully, Master, I'll follow you. Just like Sister Qingqian, I'll be your apprentice for now. I'll serve tea and pour water for you. Yi Qingqian was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao was speechless. Yi Qingqian chided him jokingly. Do you think I'll be serving tea and pouring water for Master every day? Chen Lingtao chuckled and said, The Tail Feather Brigade is all Galaxy Kings. How can it be the turn of a Galaxy apprentice to fight on the battlefield? By the way, sister, have your martial arts skills improved recently? You must have learned a lot from Master. I feel like I'm wasting one more day of my life if I stay in school now. I can't learn anything. Yi Qingqian raised her eyebrows and hollered, Stop being so glib and tell me the truth. Why did you run away from home? Do you know how worried your parents are? Sigh. Chen Lingtao walked to the window and leaned against it. The world is so chaotic and I'm growing too slowly. I've finally seen through it. The National High School competition is just a game for kids. So what if I become the champion? What's the point? Jiang Shao said faintly, Watch your words. Chen Lingtao got a shock and hurriedly continued. A real man has to go to the battlefield. At a time like this, I have to speed up my growth. I have an extremely powerful master who was appointed by the country as a governor, a 20-year-old colonel, the only deputy brigade commander of the light-chasing brigade in China. You want me to stay in school and learn from a high school practical teacher? Jiang Shao nodded with a look of admiration. Great. Disciple, that's great. I like it very much. Yi Qingqian was really angry, and the only thing that could prove it was that she had the urge to kick Jiang Shao. Yi Qingqian looked at Chen Lingtao with a stern expression and said, If you wanted to come, you would have come with me a long time ago. Tell me the truth. What exactly is going on? Chen Lingtao said with a bitter expression, It's true, Sister Qingqian. I really think so. Can't you see the outside world? My father agreed to let me come here. Yi Qingqian was taken aback. Your father agreed? Then why did your mother tell me that you ran away from home? Did your mother agree to it? This time, Chen Lingtao did not answer. Yi Qingqian's eyes widened and she exclaimed, She didn't. Jiang Zhao's interest was piqued. He reached for a bottle of mineral water from the table and thought, What a drama! Staring at Yi Qingqian's big, adorable eyes, Chen Lingtao pursed his lips and said, I did have a small conflict with my mother, but that's not important. Yi Qingqian asked, Did you make her angry again? What's the reason this time? Although Yi Qingqian had not seen much of Chen Lingtao's cousin, she had heard a lot about what Chen Lingtao had done. Chen Lingtao pursed his lips and picked up the pack of cigarettes on the windowsill. He shook it left and right before throwing it back on the windowsill. Yi Qingqian looked at Chen Lingtao's nonchalant expression and suddenly felt a surge of anger. What exactly is going on? It happened 2 days ago. Chen Lingtao sighed softly and continued, I was secretly smoking on the balcony and my mother came in to smoke me, but I didn't hold it against her. Maybe she has her own troubles too. Jiang Shao spat out a mouthful of water that he had just taken. The 4,100-word chapter wishes everyone a good health during the Lantern Festival. Also, it's midnight today. 121720. Seeking monthly votes. Chapter 1063. He added more updates for Zhang Linmin. Don't worry, Auntie. Xiaotao will be fine with me. Okay, don't worry. He's still a child. I won't let him go to the battlefield. Yes, there are many dimensional spaces in the Northwest, and they are all of high levels. However, Xiaotao isn't high enough. Don't worry, my master won't let him go on missions. In the standard room of the small hotel, Jiang Xiao and Chen Lingtao sat on the same bed while Yi Qingchen sat on the other bed. She was calling Chen Lingtao's mother to tell her that he was safe. Jiang Xiao chuckled secretly when he heard the words, "Don't worry," in each of her sentences. He turned around and looked at the nervous Chen Lingtao. He finally understood that Chen Lingtao cared a lot about his mother even though he seemed nonchalant on the surface. Jiang Xiao nudged Chen Lingtao with his shoulder and said, "I know a smoker. Let me introduce him to you. Both of you are shield warriors, so you must have a lot in common." Chen Lingtao's eyes lit up. "Is it Brother Gu? Oh, you know quite a lot." Jiang Xiao smiled and felt that it made sense. Jiang Zhao's teammates in the tail feather team were all brought up by him from university. Ordinary people might not be able to find out the composition of the team, but the Yi family of the Central Plains was definitely very clear about it. Jiang Xiao rolled his eyes and said, "What a coincidence. His star map is a spiked shield, while yours is a spiked armor. Interesting." Okay. Chen Lingtao nodded repeatedly. Yi Qingchen finally coaxed his aunt and hung up the phone. When he turned around, he saw that the two of them were chatting passionately. Yi Qingchen looked helpless. Although Jiang Xiao was Chen Lingtao's master, he was actually only 2 years older than him. However, due to the fact that Jiang Xiao had been skipping grades crazily and had become famous at a young age, he seemed like an elder. However, the two of them were actually of the same age. There was no gap between the two of them. "Is everything all right?" Jiang Xiao looked up at Yi Qingchen. Yi Qingchen rolled her eyes at Chen Lingtao angrily. Chen Lingtao didn't react and simply looked at his cousin. The two of them stared at each other. Fortunately, Jiang Xiao had a buzz cut now. Otherwise, the 3 monks in the room would really have no water to drink. Jiang Xiao broke the awkward silence in a timely manner. "Xiaotao, are you planning to spend your winter vacation here? Or do you plan to abandon yourself here?" Chen Lingtao's expression turned serious. He pondered for a while and said, "Master, you understand the current situation of this world better than I do. I really came here after a long discussion with my father. I want to learn something from you. I want to grow faster. I don't want to go back to school." "Yes." Jiang Xiao sighed and patted Chen Lingtao's shoulder. "It's a good idea, but you're a nebula after all. What's your specific realm?" Chen Lingtao said proudly, "I'm already at the advanced nebula stage." Jiang Xiao was stunned for a while before he said, "That's great." Chen Lingtao stroked his buzz cut, but his expression was not one of naivety. Instead, it was one of pride and arrogance. To be honest, reaching the late nebula stage at the end of the first semester of Year 3 was indeed a rather perfect result. If he could reach the peak of the nebula stage after the next semester, he would definitely be one of the top contestants in the national high school competition. People like Han Jiangxue, who had advanced to the galaxy stage during the national high school competition, were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Jiang Xiao snapped back to his senses and continued the topic just now. "However, you're still in the nebula stage, after all. Your body is still too fragile. Even if you have star techniques like Body of Steel, you haven't passed the threshold of the galaxy stage. Your physical fitness is not up to standard. I can't assign you a mission to destroy the dimensional space." Okay. Chen Lingtao nodded repeatedly and said, "I'll listen to your arrangements, Master." Hearing this, Jiang Shao looked up at I Ching-chen. I Ching-chen sat on the bed and clasped his hands together nervously. He placed them under his chin but immediately released them. It seemed that this was an unconscious act of prayer. Jiang Shao smiled at I Ching-chen and said, "Let's go back first." As soon as he said that, the three of them disappeared in a flash. 3 seconds later, the three of them returned. Chen Lingtao hurriedly ran downstairs to the front desk of the hotel to settle the bill. In the Calamity Shadow World, I Ching-chen watched as Jiang Shou and Chen Lingtao disappeared into the door of the Calamity Shadow training space. She turned around and said softly, "Thank you, Pippi." Although they were cousins, they were not as close as they seemed. However, as the leaders of the younger generation, they also shouldered the responsibility of supporting the Yi family. Jiang Shao could tell that I Ching-chen was very grateful to Jiang Shao for what he did. Jiang Shao smiled and said, "You're the only 2 disciples I've accepted on Earth. Of course, I have to take good care of you." While saying that, Jiang Shao thought to himself, "This is what I owe the Yi family." Back then, Nana Zi and Baise followed Jiang Shao to the Yi family in the Zhongyuan. In Jiang Shou's Calamity Shadow training space, Chen Lingtao could not only grow faster under the rich star power environment, but he could also improve his heavenly halberd technique under Jiang Shou's constant guidance. However, Chen Lingtao did not expect that the person who trained him in the end was not his master, but a beautiful and charming young lady. Besides, this elegant, lazy, and charming young lady specialized in the lower 3 areas. Chen Lingtao was not afraid of being abused. After all, it was inevitable. He was afraid that one day, if this young lady were to make a mistake, the Yi family would lose a descendant. The others in the Big Cloak organization did not say anything about Chen Lingtao entering the Calamity Shadow World and the Calamity Shadow training space. Han Jiangxue did not have much of a reaction either. Special treatment during special times. Even though this world was full of dangers and there had never been a time of peace, it was clear that at this juncture, Earth was experiencing an unprecedented crisis. As long as Jiang Shao trusted them, Han Jiangxue would not have any objections. Since they were master and disciple, as well as I Ching-chen, Jiang Shao was not too worried. Besides, he was not only teaching her, but also paying off his debt. The most important thing was that, given the extent of the disaster on Earth, as Jiang Shao gradually reported the effects of his star techniques and slowly unveiled the veil of his abilities, some things could be brought to the table and shared with a small group of people. That was also because the Calamity Shadow World was extremely valuable. Otherwise, the current structure of the Tail Feather Brigade and Second Last's identity would be enough to handle all of Jiang Zhao's information without reporting anything to anyone. She was already qualified enough. 3 days later, on January 21st, 3 days before the Lunar New Year, Jiang Shao received a few pieces of exciting news. In Second Last's office, Jiang Shao listened to Tengu's report excitedly. "This is indeed a strange thing." As Tengu reported, he frowned and looked at the information in his hand. On the peninsula, especially in the northern and central regions of the Kimchi country, the number of dimensional spaces opened has dropped to the lowest point in 3 months. Jiang Shao asked, "The lowest?" "Yes." Tengu nodded and said, "The opening of the dimensional space and the holy ground is relatively easy to detect due to the energy fluctuations. For some precious dimensional spaces, we can carefully build a place to hide them and suppress the energy fluctuations to a minimum. However, given the current situation, there's no need to hide the immortal flower dimensional space and the giant beast dimensional space. The number of dimensional spaces opened has indeed decreased." Second Last and Jiang Shao looked at each other before turning around to ask, "The number of immortal flowers and golden mountains has decreased." The Star Warriors who were trained in formal schools would usually use the universal name of the dimensional space, giant beast, from books. As soon as it heard Second Last's question, the Heavenly Hound immediately changed its form of address. Yes, the immortal flowers in Golden Mountain have both bloomed less, and Second Last asked, What? Tengu said, According to our investigations, the dimensional spaces in the central and northern regions of Pickle Country are almost all burning with raging flames, and the conditions are extremely harsh. That has caused great trouble for the Pickle Country soldiers who have entered to destroy the holy ground. Upon hearing this, Second Last remained expressionless, but her body language betrayed her. She exerted strength in her legs and slid her chair back a little before placing her legs on the desk again. Tengu watched this scene quietly. He and Zhang Songfu were the same kind of people who were good at reading people's expressions and reading people's minds. So, why did Brigadier Luan suddenly relax after hearing about the raging flames in the dimensional spaces? That doesn't seem to be a normal reaction. Tengu couldn't figure it out and thought, Isn't this relaxation but joy? Is she gloating? Tengu secretly shook his head. He didn't think that Second Last was a narrow-minded person. Second Last looked up at Tengu and said, Continue. Yes. Tengu snapped back to his senses and continued, The other countries are all studying this phenomenon, and it's easy to deduce that something might have happened on the alien ball and thus affected Earth's dimension. Upon hearing this, Second Last nodded and glanced at Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao had reported all the information about the anomalies a few years ago. The person he reported to was the second-in-command of the National Star Association, Guanqi. The theories of the anomalies and projection were already public secrets among the higher-ups. Tengu did not turn around to look at Jiang Zhao's expression and instead continued, There's another piece of news that may have a great impact on the strength of the garrison troops in the country. Second Last said, Okay. With a sullen expression, Tengu said, A special dimensional space at the top of an ancient tower has appeared in the Zhongyuan Shudu city. The Ghost Monk clan was supposed to be the only one in there, but when the soldiers destroyed the holy ground, they discovered the figures of a few spirits of paper and ink books. Slightly stunned, Second Last said, Spirits of paper and ink books. The Heavenly Hound nodded and confirmed, Yes, the book souls of ink and paper, the book souls of ink and paper from the extra-dimensional space of the library in the land of Ludong. For some reason, they appeared in the extra-dimensional space at the top of the ancient tower. Hearing this, Jiang Shao was also shocked. Did they project the creatures in the ancient Yi Pagoda city? Apart from the spirits of paper and ink books that were forcibly brought to the ancient Yi Pagoda city, how could there be any spirits of paper and ink books in the Central Plains? But why are there only spirits of paper and ink books? Where are the Yin-Yang Soul Warriors and the White-Face Dancers? What about the auspicious beasts? Is it because they're not mischievous enough and didn't enter the interior of the ancient tower? The dimensional space at the bottom of Earth was only open to the creatures in the ancient tower. In the upper dimension, the area around the ancient tower, including the entire city, was added. In that case, did the projection of the ancient Yi Pagoda city in the upper dimension already grow? Second Last pondered for a while and asked, Anything else? Tengu continued, The Dragon Cave has opened again. Second Last asked, The Dragon Cave has opened again. Tengu nodded and said, Yes, the Dragon Cave has sent a message to invite the Tail Feather Brigade to send an elite team to obtain resources. Jiang Shao was dumbfounded. The Dragon Cave has opened again? This time, my husky can finally advance to the complete form of the Goddess of Beauty? Second Last tilted her head and looked at Jiang Shao. Her actions were open and aboveboard, which was completely different from the subtle eye contact she had with Jiang Shao previously. Jiang Shao smiled and said, Sure, Brigadier Commander Luan. Previously, the Dragon Cave would discuss with the higher-ups before assigning you missions. Now, the leaders of the Dragon Cave are talking to you directly. While saying that, Jiang Zhao's mind began to wander. He already knew how to close the Dragon Cave. This time, Jiang Shao and his team definitely couldn't let imprisoned dragon die easily. Before the imprisoned dragon died, Jiang Shao would have to capture 7 or 8 dragon cubs and seize 1,000 or 800 dragon star beads. There was another chapter at 20 p.m. I wish everyone good health during the Lantern Festival. Chapter 1064. Second last asked softly, "Is there anything else to report?" "No, I'll go back first." The Heavenly Hound was a shrewd old fox. After hearing second last's words, he immediately turned around and left. After the Tengu closed the door, Jiang Shao said, "I would like to request for the Tail Feather Squad to carry out this mission. The 6-tailed Gushur and has just come out of seclusion, and the 5-tailed Ichinchan has just been given a codename by me. This mission is a good opportunity to test them." Second last smirked and said with a hint of pride in her reproachful tone, "Others will be risking their lives if they go in, but you're thinking of going in to assess the team members." Jiang Shao chuckled and said, "I want to keep a low profile too, but my strength doesn't allow me to." Second last stopped smiling and put on a stern expression. After some thought, she said, "Even if I get someone to take over my work and enter the ruins of Calamity for training, I can't leave Dajiang province. This is a matter of principle." Jiang Shao looked at second last in disappointment, but he had no choice but to nod helplessly. Second last said, "Phone call." Jiang Shao. Second last stared at Jiang Shao without moving. Feeling even more helpless, Jiang Shao stood up and walked to his desk. He then picked up the phone and handed it to second last. "Are you lazy, or do you just want to order me around?" "Both." Second last gestured at the keyboard and said, "Dial the number." Second last reported the numbers while Jiang Shao pressed the buttons. To Jiang Zhao's surprise, second last actually called the Dragon Cave base. Jiang Shao could tell from the way second last addressed him that he was the second in command of the Dragon Cave base, Officer Xiao Bo. The more he listened, the more delighted Jiang Shao became. After all, they were on the same side. Second last is actually fighting for benefits for the team? Holy shit. Every time they carried out a mission in the Dragon Cave, everyone would bring the star beads they obtained and hand them to the base, which would then distribute the rewards to everyone. However, this time, second last was discussing with Xiao Bo about distributing the dragon prisoner star bead to the team. After a while, second last put down the receiver and handed it to Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao looked at second last in bewilderment and asked, "How did the negotiation go? How did it go?" Second last frowned slightly and said, "This isn't a negotiation, it's an application for a reward. You are all heroes, especially for the mission to explore the Dragon Cave. The contribution of the Tail Feather Squad is obvious to all." Jiang Shao looked at second last in a daze and asked, "So, it's done?" Second last nodded and said, "According to our previous experiments, killing Qiu Long will cause the Dragon Cave to close. Therefore, before killing the imprisoned dragon, obtain more resources. This way, you will be rewarded with more resources." Second last then waved her hand, and an almost invisible silhouette swam slowly under her palm. Second last pushed the little hidden dragon towards Jiang Shao and commanded, "Take it with you and set off now. Lead the team to Fun City and leave the country from there." Jiang Shao stared at second last in a daze. At this moment there was only one thought in his mind. "Kill my big cat," second last asked. "What are you waiting for? Bye-bye." Jiang Shao turned around and opened the door to the Calamity Shadows world, walking straight in. Second last was speechless. At the same time, Jiang Shao's Calamity Shadow training room. Marta was holding a sword and fighting Qin Lingtao, who was holding a halberd, in the corner. In a corner of the gym not far away, Xia Yan, Han Jiangxue, Gu Shuren, and Yi Qinchen were sprinting on a row of treadmills. They seemed to be in the middle of a competition or simply training. "Gather." Jiang Shao appeared behind everyone. At this moment, His control of the Sea Devourer star map had become more exquisite, and he could control Marta to trample on the little kids while moving freely. Of course, there were also restrictions on moving freely. If Jiang Shou and Marta were to join the battle at the same time, there would still be problems. What's the matter? Han Jiangxue was the first to stop, and the method was rather interesting. She suddenly summoned the Sea Devourer star and put it on her body, after which her body floated up by 5 centimeters. Under her feet, due to inertia, the treadmill's roller and belt were still spinning with a hoo-hoo sound. Jiang Shou said, "There's a mission. Gather." Jiang Shou's figure flashed and disappeared. Han Jiangxue also picked up the ripple ball and activated the ripple teleportation shield. She then teleported the 3 people beside her to the exit. The 4 of them panted heavily and walked out. They then stood in the living room on the first floor of the stone villa, only to see Jiang Shou drinking milk. "What mission? I'm about to win," Xia Yan said with her arms akimbo, glaring at Jiang Shou in displeasure. "The dragon cave is open again," Jiang Shou said while handing half a bottle of milk to Xia Yan. Xia Yan grabbed it and raised her head to gulp it down. Gulp gulp. Gu Shiren, who was bending over and resting his hands on his knees, suddenly straightened his body and asked with glistening eyes, "Dragon cave?" Finally, he caught up with the others. Jiang Shou was going to bring him along for the Dragon Cave mission this time. "Yes." Jiang Shou nodded and said with a smile, "There are still 2 empty star slots in your star map. You can try your luck." Gu Shiren wiped the sweat off his forehead and said, "No, Han Jiangxue's and Xia Yan's star maps also have empty slots. They can go first." Jiang Shou smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he turned to look at the adorable Yi Qingchen and said, "There doesn't seem to be any star technique suitable for medical assistance in the Dragon Cave, but it's not bad to catch a dragon pet." However, Jiang Zhao's words were a little biased. In fact, there was a star technique in the Dragon Cave that was suitable for medical assistance, and that was the Dragon Prisoner Star Bead. Big Cat, on the other hand, had already helped someone apply for the Dragon Prison Star Bead. However, in Jiang Zhao's heart, the Dragon Prisoner Star Bead was meant for Han Jiangxue. Hence, he didn't say it out loud, huh? Yi Qingchen blinked and asked, "Dragon pet? Young ones should be hard to come by, right?" Jiang Shou shrugged his shoulders and said, "That's true, but our team has already carried out 2 Dragon Cave missions and we've managed to bring out a star pet each time." Yi Qingchen was speechless. At the side, Gu Shiren nudged Yi Qingchen gently with his elbow. Yi Qingchen turned around and noticed Gu Shiren's expression. She hurriedly snapped back to her senses and said, Xia Yan doesn't have a dragon pet yet. Senior, you can go first. Besides, Pippi, don't you have one too?" Gulp gulp burp, Xia Yan burped and wiped her mouth. "Little Qingchen, you know how to respect your seniors. Not bad." Fortunately, Gu Shiren was not Jiang Shou. Otherwise, Gu Shiren would definitely be full of resentment. "I had the same thoughts and did the same thing. Why didn't I get any compliments?" Although Xia Yan addressed him as Little Qingchen, they were actually of the same age. Besides, Yi Qingchen's birthday was on June 23rd, which made her 2 months older than Xia Yan. However, due to the fact that Jiang Shou was her master, Yi Qingchen's seniority seemed to be lower. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, "You have a planet now. Maybe we can capture a few dragon creatures according to their gender and throw them into this world to reproduce." Jiang Shou was dumbfounded. Hearing this, Xia Yan's eyes lit up and she exclaimed, "Yes! It's just like how we eat eggs. If they give birth to a baby, we'll take it away and absorb it. If they give birth to one, we'll take one." Han Jiangxue was speechless. Yi Qingchen said worriedly, "That's a good idea, but aren't we going to migrate to Pippi's planet in the future? Aren't the creatures in the Dragon Cave too powerful to be used as a refuge for humans? What if? Jiang Shou said, "That's not a big deal. The planet is huge. I can throw a few crystal dragons to the Antarctic continent. They should like the environment there and won't run around. As for the food source, I'll throw tens of thousands of white ghouls on the Antarctic continent. They reproduce quickly and can't swim. Hence, they won't be able to leave the Antarctic continent. Tens of thousands of white ghouls with strong reproductive abilities will be enough to rear a few crystal dragons. I'll throw the star dragons in the Pampas grasslands and the hidden dragons in the Sahara Desert. Since the white ghouls can survive in the snowfield, the grasslands and deserts won't be a problem. Xia Yan smacked her lips with a pained expression and said, I'm afraid more than 100,000 white ghouls have died in your hands for the sake of upgrading the quality of your star technique, right? Now you have to use tens of thousands of white ghouls as food. TSK, it's really the blessing of the white ghouls to be able to produce someone like you in Beijiang province. Jiang Shao was speechless. Han Jiangxue suddenly said, Your Calamity Shadow World is based on the mutated sphere. If you throw star beasts into it, all the star beasts will probably be restricted by the rules of the region and won't run to other places. With a bitter expression, Jiang Shao said, Actually, I've already flashed and searched for the location of the Calamity Shadow World, the Dragon Cave, but I didn't find it. Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and asked, What do you mean? Jiang Shao shrugged and said, No, there's no Dragon Cave in the Calamity Shadow World. I didn't find it at the border between China and the Russian Federation. Han Jiangxue thought about it and asked, What about the mutated sphere? Have you been there before? Jiang Shao sighed and said, When I was looking for Little Chongyang back then, I turned the 3 northern provinces upside down, including the Beijiang province region. It turns out that there's no such special terrain in the Dragon Cave. Han Jiangxue thought about it again and again before nodding. That's right. There's a desert, snow mountain, grassland, and wilderness. It's impossible for there to be a mixture of 4 types of terrain in Beijiang. Jiang Shao said, The Dragon Cave's dimensional space is also different from the other dimensional spaces. It's just a small entrance, so I think it's very likely to be a space tunnel. It's an entrance that connects Earth and the mutated sphere. However, we've only been to the Dragon Cave twice, and both of them were to search for star beads. Hence, it's hard to confirm. I didn't find the entrance to the tunnel on the mutated sphere either. Han Jiangxue shook her head and said, All dimensional spaces are essentially space tunnels that connect Earth and the mutated sphere. Jiang Shao froze for a moment and pondered for a while before saying, That does make sense. At the side, Xia Yan said meekly, I remember that it's going to be Lunar New Year in 3 days, right? Xia Yan's brain is really amazing. While everyone was solving mathematical equations, she suddenly said, There's a strange glint in the fish's eyes. Jiang Shao scratched his head. Birds of a feather flocked together. The people around him, especially those who came from Beijiang, were indeed obsessed with the New Year and attached great importance to it. Jiang Shao wanted to reunite with Second Last and Han Jiangxue, watch television, and eat dumplings. He couldn't abandon his tradition. On the other hand, Xia Yan probably wanted to reunite with her parents. To be exact, she wanted to reunite with her mother. They would only meet each other once a year. Jiang Shao said to Xia Yan with a conflicted expression, After you go out later, give Uncle Xia a call. Tell him that you'll be spending the Lunar New Year in the Dragon Cave this year. Xia Yan looked at Jiang Shao in bewilderment and stammered, Do you want Xia Shanhai to break my leg? Jiang Shao pursed his lips and said, It's okay. You have many legs. Even if you break one, you still have 3 left. Xia Yan exclaimed, What did you say? Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and accidentally blurted out what was on his mind. He frantically said, I mean, Uncle Xia probably can't beat you now, right? Xia Yan rubbed her chin and seemed to be thinking about the problem seriously. Seeing that Xia Yan's attention was quickly diverted, Jiang Shao felt relieved and said, "So what are you afraid of? Didn't you post on Weibo 4 or 5 years ago that you wanted to level Shanghai?" As soon as Jiang Shao brought it up, Xia Yan immediately flew into a rage. She hollered angrily, "You were the one who posted that on Weibo. You even lied to Xia Shanghai and said that I posted it. When did I say that I wanted to level Shanghai?" Jiang Shao retreated and muttered, Yes, Ning is a filial daughter. We shouldn't be unfair to him, unfair, drag, huh?" Gu Shi turned around and looked at Yi Qingchen beside him. Yi Qingchen covered her mouth with one hand and whispered, "We've just gone to Galaxy and are just qualified to enter the Dragon Cave, but Pippi has already started to raise dragons. Have you been to the Dragon Cave before?" "TSK, so what if he's raising a dragon?" "Raising a dragon, raising." Gu Shi unscratched his head and mumbled to himself for a while before saying, "Raising a dragon, it's indeed quite powerful. I've never been to the Dragon Cave either. Pippi's child must be very blessed in the future. As long as he awakens, he'll be able to absorb dragon star beads." Yi Qingchen lowered her head and said softly. As soon as she said that, Yi Qingchen suddenly felt that there was silence. She looked up, only to realize that everyone was looking at her. Yi Qingchen's face reddened and he quickly lowered his buzzcut head. "I wish everyone a safe and healthy Lantern Festival. Please vote for the little toxic healer." Chapter 1065. At night, in Xiao Zhan's office at the Dragon Cave base. Star Power Upgrade. Galaxy Stage LV-3. Jiang Shao made up his mind and spent 1,000 skill points to raise his star power level from Galaxy Stage Level 2 to Level 3. Under normal circumstances, in any stage of star power, the small levels of 3, 6, 9, and 10 represented the small thresholds of the early, middle, late, and peak stages. Since Jiang Shao could afford it, he decided to maintain his usual style and push the threshold up. Of course, Jiang Shao had the time to do that because he was listening to Xiao Zhan's instructions. Although Jiang Shao was a colonel and a deputy brigade commander, his rank was still not high enough to face the second-in-command of the Dragon Cave base. Besides, he had to be obedient in someone else's territory. Of course, Xiao Bo was extremely polite. "Jiang LV, we already know how the Dragon Cave works. Your team is different from other teams. You have the ability to hunt imprisoned dragons. That's a fact. In the past 2 missions in the Dragon Cave, you've already handed in 2 dragon prisoner star beads." "Yes." Jiang Shao exited the internal star map and nodded profusely. "I know what Brigadier Luan and you talked about, but don't worry, we're definitely very cultured. We won't go to the imprisoned Dragon Cave to hunt it down for the sake of a star bead." "Hee." Xiao Bo replied, "Jiang LV, you must be joking. Of course, I trust the warriors of the Tail Feather Brigade. There's no doubt about that. What I mean is, under the premise of ensuring our own safety, I hope that the warriors can obtain more resources." Xiao Bo looked at the row of cloaked figures standing behind Jiang Shao and secretly marveled in awe. Of course, he knew about the resumes of Gu Shi and Yi Qingchen. These young people were only in their 4th year of university this year, but they were led by Jiang Shao to carry out the top missions in China. It could be said that the younger generation was going to surpass the younger generation. These people were all players who had gone through many rounds of selection and finally represented China in the World Cup. From this perspective, their foundations were definitely strong, which was why they had such a high success rate. Or rather, when they stood on the field of the World Cup, they were already considered to have matured. Jiang Shao answered, "That's only right. You and I are both clear about the situation in the world. One more star bead means one more powerful star technique for the warriors of China. That's a blessing for the entire country. We know what to do." "All right." Xiao Bo pressed his hand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Xiao Bo, who was 30 years older than Jiang Shao, was feeling extremely complicated. He said, "I won't say too much. You guys can set off now. You must ensure your own safety. That's the prerequisite for everything. Even if you don't obtain any star beads, it'll be enough as long as you return safely. Of course, Xiao Bo knew whether gold was better or the finger that could turn stone into gold. It was Jiang Zhao's third time leading a team into the Dragon Cave, and he had already proven that the existence of the team was more precious than the star beads in the Dragon Cave. Jiang Xiao nodded and quickly left with everyone. Jiang LV. Xiao Bo's voice suddenly came from behind. I'm here. Jiang Xiao stood at the door and turned around. Xiao Bo said, Xia Yan's star map still has some empty star slots, right? Previously, she applied for all the dragon concealment star beads, but she only managed to absorb one star technique, body concealment. Xia Yan looked embarrassed and felt that Jiang Xiao was staring at her. She stood up straight and said, Yes. Xiao Bo nodded and said, You don't have to bring out the dragon concealment star beads that you obtain in the Dragon Cave. You can apply for distribution later. Jiang Xiao was dumbfounded. With a solemn expression, Xiao Bo confirmed again and said, After the Tail Feather team obtains the dragon concealment star beads in the Dragon Cave, you can absorb them directly. That way, it'll be helpful for you to carry out your mission. Everyone was stunned to hear his words. The Dragon Cave was the top mission in China and it was extremely serious. Jiang Xiao and the others certainly had abilities that ordinary people couldn't reach and could pull some tricks in the Dragon Cave. However, as a soldier who was personally trained by Second Last, they would definitely take out all their star beads obediently even if there was no one around to supervise them. After handing them over, they would then apply for a reward from the Dragon Cave. That was a matter of principle. However, Xiao Bo's words had already shown the importance that the Chinese army attached to the Tail Feather team. Everyone knew that the order couldn't have been issued by Xiao Bo alone, but by the Dragon Cave guards and even the higher-ups of China. Jiang Xiao couldn't help but glance at Gu Shiren. Xiao Bo looked over. Of course, he knew that Gu Shiren was the shield warrior, and he also knew what Jiang Xiao was asking. Xiao Bo nodded and said, You heard what I said. Jiang Xiao nodded and said, Yes. Gu Shiren also noticed these small movements and understood what Jiang Xiao had fought for him. At this moment, Gu Shiren's heart was filled with emotions. He had tasted the feeling of privilege. The privilege was not innate, but Jiang Xiao had earned it time and time again through his actions. He felt like his predecessors were planting trees and his descendants were enjoying the shade. The 5 of them and the 5 cloaks darted into the entrance of the Dragon Cave while the Chinese and Russian soldiers looked at them in awe and admiration. It was still the familiar intersection of the 4 terrains. In the distant western sky, there was a bright moon that was falling rapidly and the stars that were moving rapidly. It was the speed at which the stars were falling that allowed Jiang Xiao to comprehend the star transformation martial arts by accident. When he arrived at the Dragon Cave again, Jiang Xiao was filled with emotions. Did you guys notice the look in the eyes of those soldiers? Xia Yan asked with reddened eyes. She was not slow at all as she quickly summoned the realm tears. Dark clouds gathered in the sky. Jiang Zhao's eyes were also red and he said, That's what we deserve. Xia Yan opened her mouth, but she didn't say anything else. She personally felt that it would be more accurate to say we. Of course, Xia Yan didn't want Jiang Xiao to be too arrogant, so she didn't retort. Han Jiangxue said, I should also add a large-scale and perceptual star technique. Yes, Crystal Dragon has this star technique, but its output star technique overlaps with your meteorite flame. Jiang Xiao secretly emitted star power threads and led the 4 of them into a world of ice and snow. Jiang Xiao said, In terms of functionality alone, the Tear Demon star technique of the Forest of Tears is more suitable for you. The sound tears can disrupt the enemy's mind, the fog tears can block one's vision and perception, and the realm tears can perceive everything. Han Jiangxue pondered for a while before continuing, however, the realm tiers and the ice crystal domain are two whole qualities apart. There's a qualitative difference in the range of perception, and the time required to activate the star technique is also very different. Han Jiangxue was right. The other star warriors were different from Jiang Shao, for they did not have the ability to improve the quality of their star technique. It would indeed be inappropriate for Han Jiangxue to absorb a gold-quality, realm-tier star technique at this moment. The most important thing was the difference in the activation time. Jiang Zhao's star-quality realm tier could instantly summon water droplets around his body, but the range of perception was limited to 8 meters. The gold-quality realm tier would have to summon dark clouds in the sky for rain to fall. However, the diamond-quality ice crystal domain was different. In normal environments, the water element would be up to standard. Hence, Han Jiangxue could directly summon the ice crystals. Jiang Shao thought about it again and said, however, before you absorb other star techniques, you should first absorb the Dragon Prison star technique. It's more functional. Jiang Shao immediately activated Enmity and waved his hand to open the door of the Calamity World. A small hidden dragon had been waiting for a long time. It scurried out happily and circled around Jiang Shao. Papa Jiang is taking me to plot against people again. I'm so happy. Jiang Shao extended his hand and stroked the hidden dragon that was connected head to tail, allowing it to circle around happily. It was cold to the touch. According to the plan, shall we throw a few crystal dragons into the Antarctic continent? While the three of them were discussing high-end topics, the two newbies, Gu Shi'an and Yi Qingchen, were still observing the surroundings foolishly, paying special attention to the strange phenomenon in the sky. The dark clouds summoned by Jiang Shao and Xia Yan's realm-tier star technique could only cover the sky above them, but it could not fill the sky. Hence, the two of them could see the rapidly rising sun. Isn't the flow of time in the Dragon Cave a little too fast? Jiang Shao ordered. From now on, everyone, keep quiet. Jiang Shao then looked at Yi Qingchen and said, Qingchen, I'll give you an example first. Next time, I won't have to do it myself. Yi Qingchen froze for a moment. She was suddenly called out and was at a loss for what to do. She had no idea what her master wanted her to do. I'm just a newbie. Am I going to be entrusted with such an important task as soon as I come in? Isn't it a little too sloppy? To Yi Qingchen's surprise, Jiang Shao actually dared to show off in the Dragon Cave? How can he do anything in such a dangerous place? There was no need for Jiang Shao to remind them to keep quiet at all. When he brought them to a sleeping crystal dragon, Gu Shi'an and Yi Qingchen held their breaths and dared not even breathe loudly. Jiang Shao floated over and opened the door of the Calamity World diagonally above the crystal dragon. Behind the door was the location of the Antarctic continent in the Calamity World. Jiang Shao turned to look at Yi Qingchen and said, Watch carefully. Yi Qingchen's eyes widened in fear and she wished she could cover Jiang Zhao's mouth with her hand. Although the crystal dragon's snoring was very comforting, you can't be reckless. What are you saying? What if you wake it up? Jiang Shao looked up at the door of the Calamity World that was opened at a 45-degree angle. He squatted down and a green glow circulated on his fist. Jiang Shao leaped up abruptly and punched upwards while hollering, Oil-sucking root, the world's best martial arts comes from the rising dragon. The sleeping crystal dragon was blasted into the door of the Calamity World by Jiang Zhao's punch. As Jiang Zhao's punch was aimed at the connection between the crystal dragon's head and body, the crystal dragon's neck was the first to fly backward due to the repelling effect of the green glow. Therefore, the posture of the crystal dragon's 35-meter-long body was rather comical. It was like a bean sprout, drooping its head and body as it flew in with a whoosh. Jiang Shao closed the door of the Calamity World and turned to look at Yi Qingchen. Have you learned this Mount Lu Rising Dragon Tyranny? Yi Qingchen nodded his head obediently. Yes, yes. Jiang Shao nodded his head with a gratified expression. As expected of my poison-milk disciple, he understood immediately. Hiss! The little hidden dragon wrapped around Jiang Zhao's body, with its head on Jiang Zhao's shoulder excitedly and continuously swam around Jiang Zhao's body. Wow! What a sneaky move! I like it so much! Hiss! Jiang Shao gasped in pain and hurriedly said, "Be gentler. Do you know how much strength you have? Are you trying to strangle me to death?" Wu, the little hidden dragon, looked aggrieved. Unfortunately, no one could see it clearly. Gu Shiren had a strange expression on his face. He even had an illusion that Xia Yan had experienced the same thing before. The dragon cave that everyone's expression changed didn't seem to be that dangerous? Why was it so cheerful? Chapter 1066. The Tail Feather Team spent the Spring Festival of 2020 in the Dragon Cave. It was a very meaningful spring festival. In the past 3 days, everyone had been searching non-stop for star beads. With the help of Jiang Zhao's star-quality enmity star technique, they had already obtained 22 crystal dragon star beads. In the beginning, Gu Shiren didn't react and thought that Jiang Shao would always be able to find the sleeping crystal dragon. By the time they slaughtered the third crystal dragon, Gu Shiren finally realized that Jiang Shao was simply too vicious. He actually managed to poison the crystal dragon to make it fall asleep. With Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan's demonstration, Gu Shiren and Yi Qingchen also followed suit. Yi Qingchen and Gu Shiren worked together to decapitate the crystal dragon. They were all wearing cloaks, each of them grabbing a dragon's horn, carefully picking up the crystal dragon's head and sending it into the space gate of the Calamity Shadow World. Then, Jiang Shao closed the space gate and completed the decapitation. It was comparable to the slogans of the advertisements on the streets. 3 seconds of effortless work and the dragon's head will disappear without a trace. Ah! I'm a tough dragon. On New Year's Eve, Xia Yan also received a special New Year's gift. Diamond quality. Hidden dragon, hidden surge. It was truly a dragon with one sword. The impact was so strong that it was terrifying. Gu Shiren was extremely envious, however. The 6 hidden dragon star beads that they obtained were all given to Xia Yan. Xia Yan still managed to obtain one and absorb it. On New Year's Eve, after obtaining a hidden dragon star bead, she finally succeeded in absorbing the terrifying output star technique. At this point, everyone also set a rule that they would absorb the star technique together after collecting all 7 dragon bead. On one hand, they could do it in one go, and on the other hand, they could make a wish. In addition to the 22 crystal dragon star beads, they also obtained 7 fog dragon star beads and 4 star dragon star beads. It was truly a bountiful harvest. As for Gu Shiren and Yi Qingchen, the 3 days of New Year had given them quite a fright. The two of them had never experienced such a thrilling battle in their lives. They were really putting their lives on the line. After 3 days of battle, everyone once again understood one thing. If it wasn't for the little toxic healer, this group would have been wiped out countless times. What was worth mentioning was that Jiang Zhao's dragon breeding base had officially opened. No one dared to capture too many dragons. On the Antarctic continent, Jiang Shao reared 6 crystal dragons. As one of the rare gregarious creatures in the dragon cave, Jiang Shao was not afraid that they would fight each other. However, he had to raise the issue of fodder. If they were really hungry, who would spoil who? Hence, Jiang Shao thought that he would go to the snowfield dimensional space as soon as he got out and open the space door close to the holy ground to get tens of thousands of white ghouls to enter the Antarctic continent. The area of the Antarctic continent was not small. It was called a continent. However, the race value of the dragon race was too high. They all had the ability to travel long distances and fly thousands of miles. As a result, what should they do if the hidden dragons and the crystal dragons really ran into each other? Anyway, the planet was huge and there were many places. It would be better to find a separate area to rear the hidden dragons and let them dominate their own area. Hence, when Jiang Shao threw the 2 hidden dragons in, he deliberately chose a new location. It was located in the western part of South America, on a huge island in the eastern part of the Pacific Ocean. Jiang Shao didn't know what it was called, so he simply named it Hidden Dragon Island. Why did he have to choose an island? It was mainly because of the food. After all, the water was constantly changing. If the white ghouls couldn't swim, they wouldn't be able to escape. The hidden dragons were solitary king creatures, so they definitely couldn't be reared in too many. They were addicted to playing tricks on others, and any additional one might cause trouble. Hence, it had to be a combination of a male and a female. The males and females of the dragon race were relatively easy to distinguish as they could just look at their horns. Although the horns of all the dragons were similar in shape, the horns of the male dragons were straight. Even if they were forked, they would still be straight and bifurcated. On the other hand, the horns of the female dragons were curved. Well, that makes sense. Jiang Shao also raised the troublemaking fog dragon alone and threw it on the island of Iceland. The island was located in the North Atlantic Ocean, far away from the continents on both sides. It was also a place that was isolated from the rest of the world. If the Chinese came to reclaim land, they would definitely not come to such a cold place. Hence, it was very suitable for rearing dragons. However, due to the physical characteristics of the fog dragon, they had only caught a male fog dragon and had yet to complete the mission. It should be noted that the team had completed all of this within 3 days. This efficiency was probably unparalleled on Earth. Hey, there's a star dragon again. Let's see if we can catch it this time. Xia Yan said all of a sudden. She found a star dragon that was lying on the grassland and sleeping soundly. Jiang Zhao's eyes lit up. It's a godsend opportunity. The fog dragon was difficult to catch due to its physical characteristics, but the star dragon was difficult to catch because of its pure strength. They had encountered 4 star dragons before, but due to the fact that the star dragon's race value was too high and its perception was very strong, no one managed to throw it into the gate of the Calamity World. Instead, it turned into 4 star beads. Jiang Shao thought about it and said, "Let's change our thinking. According to our previous experience, if we teleport over directly, the star dragon will definitely wake up. I'll try to go over alone." Han Jiangxue was a little worried and asked in a nasal voice. "It's okay, star dragons are very arrogant. Unlike the lowly fog dragons, star dragons won't bully the weak." While speaking, Jiang Shao activated the star technique, star concealment. All of a sudden, the star power fluctuations in his body disappeared, and he seemed to have become an ordinary person. Xia Yan could also hide her star power fluctuations, life aura, and even become invisible. However, once she activated the star technique, star concealment, she would not be able to move. Well, it's awkward. Jiang Shao flashed and arrived 50 meters away from the star dragon. He then landed steadily on the grassland. Hiss! In front, Star Dragon suddenly opened its starry eyes and turned to look at Tiny Tot in front of it. Jiang Shao said, The Star Dragon glanced at Jiang Shao, then turned its head and lay down again. Jiang Shao was overjoyed. "Great! I love it when you look down on me. My Matter Island in the Shadow of Calamity World is hungry and thirsty. It urgently needs a ruler." Jiang Shao had already chosen a living place for the Star Dragon. It was Matter Island, an island in Africa that was across the sea from the southern continent of Africa. Jiang Shao sneaked up behind it and opened the door to the Calamity Shadows world. It kept expanding, expanding, and expanding. The Star Dragon, who was lying on the ground and trying to sleep, turned its head again and looked at the sneaky Xiao Budian behind it. It also saw the space door that had appeared quietly. However, although the Star Dragon was curious, it did not have the urge to poke its head in and find out what was going on. Jiang Shao strode forward and carefully circled around its huge coiled body. It was a torturous walk. Star Dragon's two huge starry eyes were like two searchlights, constantly rotating as Jiang Shao moved, locking onto his figure from top to bottom. Finally, Jiang Shao bypassed its huge body and came in front of it. The Star Dragon did not make a move on Jiang Shao. It seemed Star Dragon disdained to make a move on this little guy who did not even have star power fluctuations. Hi, Jiang Shao raised his head and waved at the Star Dragon. Hello, I'll find a good place for you to live. Let me see your horns. You're a female. I'll find you a husband later. How about that? You two can be kings on the island and have babies happily. The Star Dragon still looked down at Jiang Shao. Obviously, it did not understand what Jiang Shao was saying, but it could feel Jiang Zhao's kindness. Well, the Star Dragon must be blind to be able to feel kindness. However, the Star Dragon did not care for Jiang Zhao's kindness. Although it disdained to make a move on Jiang Shao, it would not let Jiang Shao get away with it since Jiang Shao was annoying it here. That thick and long starry sky skin tail swept over. Jiang Zhao's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, he dodged and slapped the Star Dragon's neck. Slap! The sound was crisp and clear. Star a green glow. Go in hiss. As soon as the dragon roared, the Star Dragon, which was bent like a bean sprout, plunged into the gate of the Calamity Ruins. Jiang Shao hurriedly closed the gate of the Calamity Ruins. He clenched his fist and waved it hard. I got the Pokémon! Jiang Shao dodged and returned to 1,000 meters away. Awesome! Xiaopi! Xia Yin hugged Jiang Shao excitedly and hit his back hard. She was able to see everything in the tear field. She did not expect to be lucky enough to encounter star pets again. However, if Jiang Shao could raise a dragon in his home, wouldn't he have a place to keep star pets? Among all the dragons, Xia Yin liked the Star Dragon the most. Every time she saw Han Jiangshua's little star dragon curling around her body, Xia Yin would be extremely envious. Jiang Shao gave everyone a thumbs up and showed his white teeth. He was just short of flashing them, Xia Yin. Han Jiangshua frowned and chided. Yay! Xia Yin let go of Jiang Shao, but she was still beaming with joy. She even wiped away her tears of excitement. Jiang Shao also knew what the dragon rearing plan meant. As a star warrior, especially a Chinese, who didn't yearn for dragons, among the 12 zodiacs, it was the only one that did not exist in human society. This time, it was made up with star beasts. Jiang Shao smiled and said, Our previous capture plan was wrong. If we swarmed it, it would immediately enter combat mode. I should be the only one to deal with it. The star dragons are very arrogant and won't bother to attack me. Let's go, let's find another star dragon. Was the one just now a male or female? Xia Yin asked frantically. Female. Jiang Shao looked at the endless grassland and his eyes turned red again. Matter Island, which I chose just now, has the best scenery and climate. The star dragon should be settling down there. Let's throw some more food in. Once it's full and warm, we can start thinking. Let's go and catch another male one. Xia Yin nodded, but she muttered, Hey, it's strange this time. We actually didn't encounter an imprisoned dragon. Jiang Shao hurriedly reached out and covered Xia Yan's mouth. I'm just a child. Everything goes according to plan. Huh. Xia Yan blinked her large and beautiful eyes. Damn it. Jiang Zhao's face stiffened. At the edge of the tear field in the distance, he saw the silhouette of a huge dragon flying fast towards him. It plunged into the ground like a snake, crazily drilling into the ground. In just 3 seconds, it had already disappeared without a trace. In the short span of 3 seconds, Jiang Shao saw a group of soldiers chasing after him. That size. Damn it, there are so many star dragons. The Lonely King is forming a team to hunt the dragon? Who can take it? What's the matter? Xia Yin looked at Jiang Shao dumbfoundedly. The quality of her field tears was far inferior to Jiang Zhao's, and her range of perception was incomparable to Jiang Zhao's too. She was still in a daze and had no idea what had happened. Of course, Jiang Zhao also knew that Xia Yan did not mention the situation. It was just a coincidence. But you're too eloquent, aren't you? Have you been blessed before? Jiang Zhao hurriedly said. The star dragons are forming a team to hunt the imprisoned dragon. 1, 2, 6 star dragons and 2 hidden dragons. Get ready, we're going to support the imprisoned dragon. Say that again? Gu Shun looked at Jiang Zhao with a dumbfounded expression and asked, What are we going to do? Jiang Zhao said, We're going to help the imprisoned dragon. It can't die. Every second it lives means we can stay here for one more second. Jiang Zhao's tears rolled down his cheeks as he spoke. At the edge of the field, tears in the distance, a series of stars smashed onto the ground like a meteor shower. The power, the frequency, the falling stars that broke through the dark clouds, the trembling earth that seemed to be moaning in its unique way, and the horde of star dragons that hovered above the sky and blotted out the sky formed the scene of an apocalyptic disaster. Just as the group of star dragons was about to completely destroy the grassland, a torrent of tears poured down. Hiss, roar! Jiang Zhao summoned the humming whale. Although you guys have the advantage in numbers, we can't lose our momentum. Buzz! The ethereal sound of a whale resounded throughout the world and was immediately pushed back. Jiang Zhao hurriedly said, 5 tails, Yi Qin Chen. Sound of silence, get ready. 6 tails, Gu Shun, get ready for the fall of the deities. 7 tails, Xia Yan, get ready for the hidden charge. 8 tails, Han Jiangxue, get ready for the white flames. Little star dragon, get ready for the star shower. Little hidden dragon, get ready for the hidden charge. Humming whale, get ready for the sea candle vortex. Jiang Zhao yelled, We're going to the rear of the enemy. We'll catch them off guard. We're no longer the minions that fled in panic. This time, let's show the momentum of the tail feather team. We have to take the initiative to attack. Silent dragon head, twisted dragon meat, slash dragon neck, burn dragon body, crush dragon egg. That tail feather team. The target is 100 meters ahead. Get ready. 3, 2, 1. Whoosh, the 5 of them, 2 dragons and 1 whale teleported instantly and went straight to the rear of the battlefield. Big Cloak Organization. They're here to collect the dragons. Chapter 1067. In the Dragon Cave, the moon had just fallen from the west, and the sun rose from the east. The dark clouds could only cover the top of their heads, but they couldn't cover the strange scene in the distant sky. Under the dark clouds, on the vast grassland, the fine grass swayed with the wind and the fireflies danced. It was supposed to be a tranquil scene, but it was completely destroyed by a group of star dragons. The star dragons that were constantly flying forward would stop and bombard the grassland below. The stars smashed onto the grassland one after another, shaking the sky and earth as if they could destroy everything. In the grassland below, there was another mound of soil that was rapidly moving forward. It was the figure of the imprisoned dragon that had burrowed into the ground and was moving forward rapidly. However, this imprisoned dragon was too big. Even though it was buried deep underground, it could still cause the earth to bulge slightly. In addition, under the bombardment of the star dragon's meteor shower and the hidden dragon's hidden charge, the imprisoned dragon had nowhere to escape. Burrowing into the ground was not as fast as flying in the air. At this moment, the imprisoned dragon was also feeling a little uncomfortable. It tried to burrow straight down, but the star dragon's wish was fulfilled. It was too comfortable to be bombarded by the meteor shower. 6 star dragons and 2 hidden dragons chased after the imprisoned dragon and were determined to kill it. At this moment, the hidden dragons were no longer sneaky. They gave up on their famous techniques and decided not to hide forever. Instead, they chose to pursue the imprisoned dragon bravely. It was imaginable how notorious the imprisoned dragon was in the dragon cave. Well, it was actually not accurate to describe it. The imprisoned dragon should be called the public enemy. Whoosh! In the drizzle, a row of figures dressed in black cloaks appeared quietly. Big cloaks. They're here. The group of people quickly flew and scattered in all directions. Without hesitation, I Ching-chen stood in the air and looked at the group of star dragons in silence. Xia Yan quickly activated the field tier domain and sensed the location of the hidden dragons. As long as they did not activate the body of concealment, Xia Yan's perception would not be a problem. Ha! Xia Yan hollered while the blade of death in her hand shone brightly. It was rather dazzling under the dark clouds. Roar! All of a sudden, a small hidden dragon that was 8 meters long roared and dashed out in the direction that Xia Yan's sword was slashing. Below, a hidden dragon's figure suddenly came to an abrupt halt. Due to the abrupt halt, its 38-meter-long body curled up into a huge ball. The small hidden dragon that Xia Yan slashed out brushed past the head of the hidden dragon and flew out, stabbing into the ground diagonally. All of a sudden, it blasted a large pit in the soft grass. Due to the fact that Xia Yan only had the hidden charge star technique and did not have the hidden pursuit star technique, she could not freely control the small hidden dragon that she threw out for the time being. Hence, she had no choice but to use hidden charge. Roar! The hidden dragon suddenly turned its head and roared at Xia Yan. Bang! Jiang Shao cast Soul of Silence. He did not give the hidden dragon any chance. It wanted to counterattack, but it released a squib instead. He opened his bloody mouth and screamed soundlessly. His body moved with great difficulty, and his movements were extremely small. The next moment, everyone's body lit up with the halo of nostalgia. The dazzling golden halo immediately increased the time scale and quickly turned back into a dark gold color. The scale was also rotating rapidly. Diamond in nostalgia. Diamond to dawn. At this moment, an inconspicuous little white flame touched the hidden dragon's body. In less than a second, the white flame spread from the hidden dragon's neck all the way forward and burned the hidden dragon's huge head. In the blink of an eye, a blazing dragon head appeared before the crowd. It was an extremely beautiful scene. Be careful! I Ching-chen yelled while flashing continuously. She fluttered randomly in the sky, using flight and teleportation to avoid the pursuit of one star after another in a shocking and dangerous manner. Bang! 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 A series of silence was also thrown out. Unfortunately, I Ching-chen's silence did not have any effect on restraining the star dragon for a long time. After each silence, the star dragon would quickly escape from the area of silence and summon a star shower. Boom! A series of loud noises were heard. Gu Shiren, who was wearing a cloak, stood at the top and held a large rectangular shield full of spikes in one hand. It was obviously his star transformation martial skill. In his other hand, he was holding an illusory hammer shadow. The hammer shadow was swaying as if it would disappear at any time. However, it did not matter. A huge illusory hammer was already hanging above Gu Shiren's head. In an instant, a series of illusory hammer shadows poured down densely and covered the sky. True fall of the gods. The series of heavy hammers chased a fleeing star dragon all the way and landed on the grassland, causing a series of loud noises. The star dragon was obviously escaping from the area of I Ching-chen's silence. However, Jiang Shao floated below the crowd and cast the silence domain with both his hands, continuously restraining the movement of the dragons and silencing their attacks. The fleeing star dragon's head suddenly froze on the spot and its body was restrained. At this moment, the violent hammer shadow that symbolized the fall of the gods smashed towards it. One hammer after another, hammering on the dragon's head. The tragic battle and the rumbling sounds of explosions made Jiang Zhao's blood boil with excitement. He roared angrily, "Kill them! Hidden dragon cannon! Who the hell isn't a dragon? Little hidden dragon. Wu Jiangshao was immediately infuriated, and the 2 star dragons that he had imprisoned were trapped by a whirlpool that was spinning rapidly in front of him. Buzz, Jiangshao was overjoyed. He immediately summoned Sorrowful Tears Rainstorm and poured it into the rapidly spinning ice candle flame whirlpool. Jiangshao said angrily, "Look at your Miss Star Dragon. She dares to attack Star Dragon without any orders. Look at your brother whale. 2 for 1. That's really—" Before Jiangshao finished speaking, he suddenly changed the topic and exclaimed, "Qingchen, watch Star Dragon. Silence. Control Star Dragon well. If they blow one of us up, we'll all die here." Kacha! Kacha! The hidden dragon, whose head was covered in white flames, twisted its body with all its might and opened its mouth, but it couldn't make any sound. Its head was being burned by the extremely destructive flames. Just how strong could these flames be? They don't even burn things to ashes but to pieces? The dragon's scales were blown away by the white flames and scattered on the ground along with the rain like white flaming fish. Xia Yan and Han Jiangshua floated in the air in a clockwise direction. When they moved to the front again, they slashed down with their swords again. Hiss! A small hidden dragon dashed out of her sword again and aimed at the hidden dragon whose head was covered in flames. Han Jiangshua, who was floating slowly at the back, squinted her eyes and extended her right hand. At the instant that the hidden dragon's star technique touched the burning dragon's head, Han Jiangshua's face turned cold and she opened her slender fingers. Kacha! The white flames suddenly exploded, and Xia Yan's hidden dragon star technique also broke through and tore the burning dragon's head apart in an instant. A hidden dragon that was burning fiercely fell with a loud bang. Burning dragon head. Beheading the dragon. Jiang Shao quickly flickered. Although he was flickering on the spot, he changed his direction and raised his hand to shoot Star Silence. Hidden Dragon Cannon Go! Jiang Shao raised his palm and placed it on the little hidden dragon's head. Hiss! The hidden dragon cannon finally unleashed its power. A hidden dragon formed by the star technique hidden dragon dashed out from Jiang Zhao's shoulder. It dashed towards the adult hidden dragon. That's right. Jiang Shao encouraged loudly. What's wrong with being small? I can satisfy it too. The little hidden dragon mumbled, huh? In the tear field, Jiang Shao was, of course, very observant. Another shot of Star Silence was thrown into the rapidly spinning ice candle flame vortex. In fact, the sound of Star Silence and Ichingchen's Star Silence never stopped. The poor Star Dragon and Hidden Dragon were so aggrieved that they were about to explode. Jiang Shao did not doubt whether the Star Dragon would explode or not. The Star Dragon clan was extremely unyielding and had the star technique of self-destruction, but do they want to self-destruct in front of me? Have you asked me, the king of toxic healers? Have you asked my obedient poison milk disciple? Okay, in battle, this disciple is not obedient at all. In fact, she's even a little violent. A group of figures in cloaks flew up and down, flashing and shuttling back and forth while throwing out their star techniques one after another like they were free. The control star techniques were also terrifyingly powerful. In the blink of an eye, the 2 star dragons, who had been swept away by the roller washing machine and mixed with the tears of sorrow storm, suffered extremely heavy blows. They were minced into pieces of dragon scales and minced meat. At this moment, a pitch-black dragon head emerged from the ground far away. It might have thought that it had concealed itself well, but in fact, it couldn't hide its huge head at all. Roar! A strange sound came from the imprisoned dragon's mouth, giving everyone a shock. After all, the imprisoned dragon had the star technique indiscriminate destruction. If it couldn't get over it, no one would be able to leave. Of course, given the current situation, there was no reason for it to sing the ode to the prisoner. No one was a fool. The imprisoned dragon was sinister, mischievous, and highly intelligent. Unlike the star dragon, it wouldn't explode easily. After letting out a strange cry, the imprisoned dragon's pitch-black eyes stared intently at the dragon race that had once chased after him. The group of guys that had once chased it to the point of wetting their pants were now being slaughtered by a group of unfamiliar cloaked figures. What really made the imprisoned dragon feel a little pressured was the giant whale floating in the sky. In front of the 55-meter-long pitch-black imprisoned dragon, the humming whale's body, which was less than 40 meters long, was nothing at all. However, although the humming whale was not long, it was thick. But the humming whale was wide. It was strong and sturdy. The imprisoned dragon watched as the godly humming whale created a huge water vortex that was filled with ice candle flames. The giant whale had just killed 2 star dragons, and now, it actually swept up another 2 star dragons. From the beginning to the end, the 6 star dragons and 2 hidden dragons did not use any star techniques under the control of the cloaked figures. Isn't this way too comfortable? The imprisoned dragon also discovered that there were 2 traitors of the dragon race among the group of cloaked figures. Without exception, they were all little guys. One was a small star dragon, while the other was a small hidden dragon. Don't be fooled by these 2 dragons' short stature. Their damage output was truly explosive. He could tell that they were having a great time fighting to their heart's content. The group of cloaked figures actually brought their cubs to participate in the battle and could even make them exert such powerful abilities. He then thought about the days when he was hiding. Every time he accidentally revealed himself, he would be targeted and chased by all the dragons. Enslaved dragons' huge dragon eyes revealed a trace of envy. I don't want to hide anymore. I don't want to be besieged by them again. I want to be like those 2 cubs and bully dragons with the cloaked figures. While thinking, the imprisoned dragon let out a strange cry. Ow woo! Chapter 1068. Awu, the howl gave Jiang Shao a great fright as he thought that the husky had revealed its true form and was howling like a wolf. Jiang Shao secretly prayed in his heart, "Brother, please don't sing. We'll help you kill all the dragons that are chasing you. Don't be impulsive." At this moment, 3 star dragons and 1 hidden dragon had already been beheaded. There were 3 star dragons left. 2 of them were in the huge vortex created by the humming whale. The remaining 1 was being bombarded by Xia Yan, Han Jiangxue, Gu Shuren, and Little Star Dragon. Yi Qingchen was also trying his best to control it and even used his blessing. The remaining hidden dragon was being controlled by Jiang Zhao's stars, silence. It was bombarded by the dragon cannon on his shoulder and drenched by the tears of sorrow storm. In fact, the hidden dragon was no longer a threat. Due to the damage caused by the tears of sorrow storm, the hidden dragon no longer had the intention to resist. It allowed its body to be restrained and fall at an extremely slow speed. Death was only a matter of time. Bang! There was a deafening sound. Everyone's expressions changed. They saw a small, pitch-black imprisoned dragon suddenly breaking out of the ground. Retreat! Han Jiangxue yelled in shock. Everyone put on their cloaks and quickly flew backward. The small imprisoned dragon broke out of the ground, rose vertically, and quickly wrapped around the remaining star dragon. Everyone was taken aback. What was this? Jiang Shao. Xia Yan turned to look at Jiang Shao, only to see a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Under normal circumstances, Xia Yan wouldn't use the word beautiful to describe Jiang Shao. However, at this moment, Jiang Shao was floating in midair with the dragon cannon on his shoulder and a cloak on his body. Behind Jiang Shao, there was a torrential downpour that came with its own background. It was completely different from the drizzling rain in the other areas. In the torrential rain, a hidden dragon happened to fall slowly. It landed behind Jiang Shao and died. At this moment, there was nothing more beautiful than this scene on the battlefield for Xia Yan. Don't act rashly. Ignore this star dragon and quickly collect the star beads of the other dragon corpses. Hurry up! Jiang Shao said as he threw another star silence into the humming whale's washing machine. His eyes were fixed on the pitch-black dragon head that had emerged from the grass in the distance. There was nothing wrong with being cautious. Brother Chiu, I'll let you have this star dragon. You can vent your anger first, and all the dragon corpses on this battlefield will be your feast. You can't sing. You have to live well. In a few days, when the Big Cloak organization wants to go back, I'll come and get your dog. I'll discuss death with you again. Jiang Shao only felt that it was a little strange. Qiu Long was staring at him with his pitch-black dragon eyes. The man and the dragon stared at each other from afar. Jiang Shao felt a little awkward. Jiang Shao rubbed his face against the hidden dragon cannon on his shoulder and asked softly, "Hey, is it looking at you or me?" Little Hidden Dragon said, "Huh?" Little Hidden Dragon didn't seem to like being stared at by other creatures as it was not in line with its way of survival. Little Hidden Dragon swam quickly into Jiang Zhao's cloak and hid behind him. "You coward, isn't it just bigger and darker than you?" Jiang Shao scolded jokingly. However, he suddenly stopped and hurriedly said, "Alert! Retreat!" At the next moment, an image suddenly appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind, which was connected to the humming whale mentally. He was still wearing a cloak and floating in the air. On his left shoulder was the hidden dragon cannon, and on his right shoulder was the black dragon cannon. The black dragon cannon was clearly a mini version because Qiu Long was not a cub. The Qiu Long was 55 meters long and its head was already 7 or 8 meters long. How could Jiang Zhao's weak shoulders carry it? Sensing the image that appeared in his mind, Jiang Shao turned to look at the humming whale and asked foolishly, "Are you serious?" At the same time, the two star dragons engulfed by the humming whale's sea candle vortex finally died. As the vortex turned into water droplets that scattered in all directions, the two star dragons that had been drained of their vitality slowly fell in the rain. Buzz, the humming whale let out a cry that echoed in the rain. Everyone quickly collected the star beads and immediately left in a flash. They floated in the air and looked down. The pitch-black Qiu Long was sticking to the ground and swimming slowly towards them. "Jiang Shao? Why aren't we leaving yet?" Xia Yan said again. "Wait a minute, something happened," Jiang Shao said. Everyone was confused and thought, something happened? Something did happen? Overlord of the Dragon Cave. Lord Qiu Long is swimming towards you slowly. Why aren't you turning around and running? Why are you standing there foolishly? Fearing that Han Jiangshu would be worried, Jiang Shao explained again. The humming whale seems to have communicated with the Qiu Long. Han Jiangshu lowered her head and looked at Jiang Shao, who was not far away from her feet. Communicated? Yes. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple moved and his expression changed. He even stuttered. "Five-tailed, six-tailed." Yi Qingchen said, "Yes." Gu Shiren said, "Yes." Jiang Shao asked, "Do you guys remember how we learned to kill the crystal dragon in a special way?" Gu Shiren froze for a moment and answered according to Jiang Zhao's words, "Seven-tailed and eight-tailed gave us a demonstration." "Okay." Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Little hidden dragon, little star dragon, I'm afraid they gave this imprisoned dragon a demonstration." Gu Shiren was dumbfounded. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao waved his hand and cast star silence again to imprison the star dragon's body. The star technique of the Qiu Long was powerful enough to make humans immobile when used against humans. However, when used against dragons, the star technique could only imprison the star power in the star dragon's body, but it could not restrain the star dragon. The star dragon was too large and powerful. It could not be restrained by the star dragon at all. In order to avoid any accidents, Jiang Shao also cast star silence in the direction of the star dragon. The star dragon that was tied to the star dragon also disappeared quietly. It could be seen that it was not destroyed by star silence, but rather the duration of the star technique was up. After thinking about it, Jiang Shao flashed and arrived at the edge of the range of star silence. He casually opened a space door beside him and floated a few meters away. He then reached out and gestured in the direction of the door. At the same time, he sent a scene to the humming whale in his mind. It was a scene of the star dragon helping him throw the star dragon in. Jiang Shao initially wanted to leave the last star dragon for the Qiu Long to vent his anger, but things were different now. Jiang Shao wanted to test it too. As expected, after the Qiu Long howled, it flew forward quickly and crashed into the star dragon that was trapped in star silence. Jiang Shao hurriedly put away the domain of star silence. Bang! The massive Qiu Long was terrifyingly powerful. With just a single blow, the injured star dragon was pushed into the gate of the Calamity Shadow World. Jiang Shao immediately put away the space door. 10 meters away, the massive creature slowly turned its head and looked at Jiang Shao silently with its dark eyes. Wu, the little hidden dragon that was wrapped around Jiang Shao, whimpered and abandoned him. It scurried out to look for Han Jiangxue. To be exact, it went to look for Miss Star Dragon to seek shelter. Gulp. Jiang Zhao's Adam's apple squirmed. The pressure that the massive, dark dragon head brought to Jiang Shao was indescribable. The first time Jiang Shao saw the humming whale, he was so frightened that he did not even dare to breathe loudly. In the dark deep sea, the terrifying behemoth slowly swam over everyone's heads. The huge halo of nostalgia on its body was enough to scare the prince and princess to the point of not daring to move. Subsequently, as Jiang Shao and the humming whale became closer, the fear that the deep-sea giant whale brought to Jiang Shao gradually disappeared. The Qiu Long in front of him was not inferior to the humming whale. Just like the humming whale, it was a creature that could destroy heaven and earth with a single roar. It was even a level higher than the humming whale. Roar! The heavy dragon's breath sounded and the scorching aura surged towards Jiang Shao. The pair of terrifying black eyes stared at Jiang Shao with a burning gaze. One of the Qiu Long's eyes was enough to contain Jiang Zhao's entire body. Hence, Jiang Shao could imagine how insignificant he was in the eyes of everyone in the team at this moment. Do you also want to fight with me? Jiang Shao probed carefully. Whoa! The Qiu Long suddenly let out a strange cry. Jiang Shao hurriedly covered his ears with his hands. If the roar were to be heard from 1,000 meters away, it would sound a little cute. However, the words that rang in Jiang Zhao's ears made him feel a splitting headache and his head was buzzing. Buzz! In the sky not far away, the humming whale let out a roar and images were transmitted into Jiang Zhao's mind. All of a sudden, Jiang Shao saw an extremely faraway perspective that was paying attention to the battle just now. Clearly, that was the perspective of the Qiu Long at that time. In the image, Yi Qingchen flashed continuously and waved his hands while Xia Yan danced left and right while her sword Qi was like a dragon. Gu Shi held the shield and summoned the sledgehammer while Han Jiangxue was surrounded by the star dragon and burned its head with flames. There was also Jiang Shao who was moving left and right and flashing back and forth while taking care of all aspects of the battlefield. From time to time, he would grab the hidden dragon cannon on his shoulder and holler, "Fire!" The scene of the massacre of the dragons was extremely exciting and made the Qiu Long, who had escaped death, overjoyed. However, the scene that was supposed to be full of joy seemed to have changed as the battle progressed. At some point in time, the other 4 cloaked figures had become supporting characters, and the Qiu Long camera had locked onto Jiang Shao. Jiang Shao also noticed that what really attracted the Qiu Long was the tears of sorrow rainstorm and the stars of silence. Every time Jiang Shao waved his hand, a powerful dragon would be frozen. The intelligent Qiu Long had found the most crucial person on the battlefield and the most crucial star technique. More importantly, the hidden dragon cannon on Jiang Zhao's shoulder. Next, the image that appeared in Jiang Zhao's mind was obviously not a documentary, but a fantasy film. The Qiu Long wanted to play this game too. It also wanted to be as comfortable as the hidden dragon and place its head on Jiang Zhao's shoulder like a black dragon cannon. However, there was a difference between fantasy and reality. In the image, the tiny black dragon cannon on Jiang Zhao's shoulder had almost shrunk into a cartoon version Ger. The Qiulong's large body coiled and moved forward slowly. Xia Yan hugged Han Jiangshua's arm nervously, only to see the Qiulong pushing Jiang Shao back with its large nose. Jiang Shao was very sure that the Qiulong did not really want to push him. It should be a small gesture to show goodwill. However, the reality was that Jiang Shao was pushed more than 5 meters away by its nose. Jiang Shao put on the cloak and stabilized his body before floating forward and arriving at the top of the Qiulong's head. He then reached out and slowly touched the Qiulong's large dragon horn. Wu, the Qiulong seemed to be very comfortable with such interaction and liked Jiang Zhao's response. It coiled its body and turned around in midair before slowly flying upward. Jiang Shao hurriedly stretched out his hands and wrapped them around the thick dragon's horns before stepping on its head. The members of the Big Cloak organization quickly retreated and watched as the large, pitch-black Qiulong flew past them. The black and shiny dragon scales seemed to be of excellent quality. Xia Yin couldn't help but want to reach out and touch it, but Han Jiangshua slapped her hand away. She looked just like a mother who was lecturing her daughter for scratching her hands while eating. Jiang Zhao's voice sounded in the sky. Goddess Yen. Xia Yen placed her hands by her mouth and yelled, "What?" Jiang Zhao's voice sounded from afar. "Look at this big Qiulong." Xia Yen was dumbfounded. Top. Chapter 1069. Wow! Jiang Shao yelled as he felt the world spinning. His arms were tightly wrapped around the imprisoned dragon's thick and long horn, only to discover that the imprisoned dragon had actually flown to the Hum Wung whale's side. The pitch-black dragon's body was wrapped around the Hum Wung whale's body, spinning round and round. Buzz! The humming whale let out a happy roar that echoed in the rainy night. Awoo! The imprisoned dragon also let out a dragon roar. All of a sudden, the whale and the dragon moved forward in the rain while their voices intertwined together. The members of the Big Cloak organization below looked up at the massive creature in the sky dumbfoundedly, their eyes filled with shock and envy. Tug Gu Shi and felt someone tugging at the corner of his shirt. He turned around, only to hear Yi Qingchen asking softly, "Can Pippi treat this imprisoned dragon as a star pet too?" Gu Shi unscratched his head and said with uncertainty, "It should be fine, right? This kid is similar to a Pichio. Everything that enters his mouth should only go in and out. I think this imprisoned dragon will definitely be his." "Nonsense, your master is the Pichio," Yi Qingchen retorted all of a sudden. "Pippi is making friends with the imprisoned dragon." Gu Shi was speechless. Xia Yin wrapped her arms around Han Jiangshua's arm and said softly, "Jiang Shao is really going to take off this time." "Humph, he's always been in the sky and never came down, hasn't he?" Han Jiangshua humphed coldly, but she didn't manage to hide the smile on her lips. "Ah, poor little candle. Will it be frightened when Jiang Shao summons it later?" Xia Yin covered her mouth with one hand and chuckled gloatingly. "I can even imagine it flapping its little feet and looking back." With a peculiar expression, Gu Shi said, "It should be fine, right? Isn't that whale relying on little candle too? Its size and aura aren't inferior to that of the imprisoned dragon." "Nonsense. The humming whale is so cute, but the imprisoned dragon is too domineering," Xia Yin refuted. While they were chatting, they saw the image of the dragon and whale dance above them and froze for a moment. What happened? Everyone stared at the image above. If anything went wrong, they would immediately rush over to help. Indeed, at this moment, Jiang Shao was once again immersed in images. The humming whale acted as a good translator, and it was not a verbal translation. Instead, it projected the movie to Jiang Shao and conveyed imprisoned dragon's thoughts and emotions at the same time. Jiang Shao sat on the dragon's head with a look of joy. Jiang Shao and the Big Cloak organization saved Qiu Long's life, which made Qiu Long especially grateful. Qiu Long had a whole new level of respect for Jiang Zhao's strength. Under the harmonious coexistence and ingenious cooperation between the little hidden dragon and Jiang Shao, the imprisoned dragon's inner will was especially intense. While feeling gratitude, yearning, desire, and many other emotions, the imprisoned dragon transmitted the images and emotions of becoming a star pet to Jiang Shao. The problem was that when they first met, the overlord of the dragon cave only wanted to stand on Jiang Zhao's shoulder and bully the other dragons together. But now, after a short span of a dozen or so seconds, the scene that the imprisoned dragon showed once again was to make little Candle rely on it. What was going on? How did imprisoned dragon know of the little Candle's existence? That's right. The humming whale. Did the humming whale transmit little Candle's information to the imprisoned dragon when the dragon and whale were flying around and playing? Ah Ning is too sensible, isn't she? When Jiang Shao first came to the dragon cave, he was tortured badly by the imprisoned dragon. In the end, he summoned the humming whale and the whale was extremely furious. It used the terrifying sea candle vortex and Jiang Zhao's domain of silence to strangle the imprisoned dragon to death. Hence, the humming whale's attitude towards the imprisoned dragon clan shouldn't have been so good. However, mental connection and telepathy were really magical skills. The humming whale first understood that this imprisoned dragon was not the same one from before. Secondly, the humming whale also felt Jiang Zhao's desire and will. While Jiang Shao was hugging the dragon's horns and stepping on the dragon's head, did the humming whale already convince the imprisoned dragon? While thinking about it, Jiang Shao flashed and arrived in front of the huge eye of the humming whale, once again falling into the emptiness of the whale's eyes. He slowly moved forward and gently touched the cold eye of the humming whale with one hand. He also slowly pressed his forehead against it. The imprisoned dragon's long body wrapped around the humming whale, and its huge head swam over, looking at the scene curiously. It had always been a loner, but it actually felt that the scene was very beautiful. The imprisoned dragon was used to being hunted down and had to hide everywhere. As soon as it appeared, it would be surrounded and attacked. How could it make friends, Another whale's roar was heard. It was extremely joyful and intoxicating. In the air below, a few cloaked figures floated slowly and looked up at the strange scene. Hey, damn it! Xia Yan swung her hand and a door of the Calamity Ruins opened beside her. She hurriedly scurried in and 2 seconds later, she flew out with a mobile phone and hurriedly turned it on. Ah, the phone is broken. Xia Yan looked at the screen of the mobile phone with a sad expression. Yiqingchen seemed to have realized something too. She hurriedly turned on her Calamity Ruins and scurried in to get her mobile phone. She had to record the beautiful scene, but Yiqingchen discovered that her mobile phone had also broken down. The symptoms were actually the same as Xia Yan's mobile phone. She could turn it on, but she couldn't control it at all. The screen was filled with flashing lines. Han Jiangxue said, "Have you guys forgotten that electronic products can't work properly in the Dragon Cave? What do we do? This scene is too beautiful. I'll go and get Jiang Shao to maintain his posture. Which one of you knows how to sketch?" Xia Yan said indignantly. Everyone was speechless. Jiang Shao threw the 7 corpses of the dragons into the Calamity Ruins. He deliberately opened the space door 4 times and threw the corpses of dragons into the Crystal Dragon Continent in the South Pole, the Hidden Dragon Island in the Pacific Ocean, the Fog Dragon Island in Iceland, and the Mata Star Dragon Island in Africa. Everyone was dumbfounded by the act of feeding. The name of the reared dragon skin was confirmed. Colonel Jiang had become a breeder in an instant. Although the dragons didn't care about killing each other, Jiang Shao was considerate enough to give the star dragon corpse to the hidden dragon and the other corpses to the other dragons. That was not all. When Jiang Shao threw food into the star dragon's body, he also deliberately threw a few bells in. After all, the last star dragon that was captured was covered in wounds and was in a terrible state. While feeding, Jiang Shao muttered, "You guys deal with it first. Don't eat dragon meat in the future. The scales are so hard and it'll hurt your teeth. I'll feed you white ghoul meat. It's super chewy." Xia Yan looked upset and couldn't help but smack her lip. She had eaten beef and mutton all her life and had never felt indebted to them. However, whenever Xia Yan heard the term white ghoul now, the first thought that came to her mind was no longer the brutality, cruelty, and bloodlust of the white ghouls. At the thought of the white ghouls, Xia Yan's first thought was actually pity. After cleaning up the battlefield, Jiang Shao threw out several threads of star power and led the team to quickly teleport. There were 5 of them, 3 dragons and 1 whale, which made up a total of 9 creatures, which was also the largest number of targets that Jiang Shao teleported with his teammates. When they arrived at a relatively safe place, Jiang Shao summoned a chubby boy from the internal star map. Yes, chubby boy was a proper name for the black and white candle. The humming bear was also very fat, but it should be called a chubby boy. Just as little candle was about to happily scatter flowers, it suddenly felt that something was amiss. It initially thought that it was the humming whale, so it didn't pay much attention at first. It raised its head and was about to greet the humming whale, but it saw a pair of dark dragon eyes. What's this? Pitch black? Is it a big mouse? Damn it! It's so scary. Wow, hey, don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Jiang Shao hurriedly hugged the black and white candle and protected it in his arms. He then turned his back to the imprisoned dragon. Little Candle's eyes were filled with tears, and it was clearly frightened. There were actually 2 streams of star power flowing out of its eyes, which made Jiang Zhao's heart ache. He hurriedly sat down and hugged Little Candle with both hands while comforting it softly. When an imprisoned dragon wanted to become one's star pet, who in the world could resist such a temptation? It's a golden opportunity. It won't come again. Hence, Jiang Shao wanted to take advantage of the opportunity to get the imprisoned dragon as soon as possible. A white light flickered in Jiang Zhao's hand, and the faint light of blessing was gently rubbed on Little Candle's soft and supple body. Oh! Little Candle's face was buried in Jiang Zhao's arms, constantly rubbing his face while whimpering softly. Its condition gradually stabilized. Jiang Shao said, "Humming whale, show this little guy the picture and tell it that the imprisoned dragon has no ill intentions." Buzz, Han Jiangxue stepped forward and knelt in front of Jiang Shao. She stretched out her fingers and gently pinched the black and white candle's face. "Don't be afraid, little guy." Little Candle, who was immersed in the picture transmitted by the humming whale, immediately snapped back to its senses. After seeing the familiar face, its eyes burned even brighter. In this team, apart from Jiang Shao and his star pets, the person Little Candle liked the most was Han Jiangxue. After all, she had been living with Little Candle as a nanny for a long time. However, this nanny was a little strict with it. Little Candle still remembered that during the New Year's Eve dinner, it plunged into the Crucian carp tofu soup, only to be pinched back by Han Jiangxue. She even smacked its butt. Well, being beaten did not stop Little Candle from liking her. After all the beatings it suffered were made up for by Han Jiangxue with delicious food. After everyone comforted the little guy for a while, Jiang Shao finally picked up the black and white candle and sat on the dragon's head with it in a flash. Jiang Shao felt a little helpless. The black and white candle is a platinum pet, but it's so cowardly. Well, Jiang Shao had forgotten how cowardly he was when he was facing imprisoned dragon just now. Where? The eyes? Jiang Zhao's voice was very gentle as he asked softly. Although he was sitting, with the help of the sea-devouring robe, he flew around the imprisoned dragon's head with the black and white candle flames, letting the black and white candle flames choose the position they liked. In the end, they really stopped at the position of the dragon's eyes. Jiang Shao said, Imprisoned dragon, you can't resist. Once you do, you'll be in big trouble. In order for us to bully others together, you must cooperate. As the image and emotions of the humming whale were transmitted, Imprisoned Dragon opened its mouth slightly and let out a whimper. Wu Jiangshao hugged the black and white candle and slowly pressed it against Imprisoned Dragon's huge dragon eyes. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, whoosh. The candlelight quickly infected the huge dragon's eyes, and in the blink of an eye, Imprisoned Dragon's pure black eyes were already burning with faint candlelight flames. Immediately afterwards, white candlelight flames suddenly emerged from the other dragon's eyes. Its huge head suddenly shook slightly and twisted slowly. Fusion successful. 4/4, fourth dependent form, black and white candle prison. Yesterday, he put together a Dragon Prison 9 Palace grid on Weibo. Those who are interested can take a look. Weibo name, You Loves Writing. Chapter 1070. Fourth Form of Dependence. Black and White Candle Prisoner, Star Quality LV1 Star Techniques. 1. Impact, Platinum Quality LV02. Iciness, Platinum Quality LV03. Bright, Platinum Quality LV04. Dependence, Unknown Quality, exclusive to mutated candlelight, unable to be upgraded. 5. Imprisonment, summons a small imprisoned dragon that will harass the target and seal the star power in the target's body. The target will not be able to use any star techniques during the duration of the small imprisoned dragon's existence. Diamond Quality LV16. Imprisonment. For the imprisoned target, the small imprisoned dragon will continuously attack and devour the target's body. Diamond Quality LV17. Imprisonment Domain. Summons a small imprisoned dragon that will seal an area and prohibit the use of any spatial star technique. Diamond Quality LV18. Song of Imprisonment. Sings the song of destruction and destroys all targets within the range of the song. The further away from the point of the song, the lower the sound of the song of imprisonment, and the less damage the target will suffer. Star Quality LV19. Imprisonment Candle. When the black and white candle prisoner uses its 6-star technique, imprisonment, the small imprisoned dragon will have a certain ice candle flame effect. Position Quality, Dependent Form, Exclusive Star Technique, unable to be upgraded. Jiang Shao stared at his internal star map in a daze. On the fourth panel, the picture of Little Candle was listed with 4 arrows pointing to the 4-star pets below. Humming Bear, Humming Whale, Sea-Devouring Robe, Imprisoned Dragon. Finally, the last empty picture was occupied by the dark and mighty overlord of the Dragon Cave. Jiang Shao looked at the star techniques of the imprisoned dragon and couldn't help but smack his lips. Damn it, these star techniques are really lousy. Don't call it imprisoned dragon, call it dog dragon. You're going to be controlled all the way until you die. How can the star warriors of ordinary society, including star beasts, be compared to the dragon clan? How can their physical fitness and various attributes be compared to the dragon clan? The small imprisoned dragon summoned by the imprisoned dragon could only seal the star power of other dragons, but it could not hold the bodies of other dragons. That was an indisputable fact. However, were all Jiang Zhao's enemies dragons? The dragon prisoner could seal a human star warrior from all directions without any blind spot. Wouldn't that be a piece of cake? It was not like the Tail Feather team had never been attacked before. They were all powerful cultivators at the Starfall stage. After being entangled by the imprisoned dragon, they could not even move their bodies, let alone use astral power. They could only wait for death. Jiang Shao floated beside the imprisoned dragon and gently stroked its pitch-black dragon scales with one hand. It was cold to the touch and felt great. Woo woo, the imprisoned dragon hissed softly. Clearly, it had also noticed that Jiang Shao immediately covered his ears after it roared. Hence, in the subsequent process of contact, The imprisoned dragon would lower its volume every time it spoke. From now on, I'll call you Woo Woo Dragon. Jiang Shao was in a good mood. He gently patted the skin on the side of Qiu Long's eyes. Roar! The imprisoned dragon let out a strange cry, seemingly expressing its dissatisfaction. Its voice was much louder than before. You don't like this name? Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly and lowered his head to see the group of people flying up from below. He said thoughtfully, then, you'll be called Ao Long from now on. As soon as the people from the Big Cloak organization flew up, they heard Jiang Guikai giving the imprisoned dragon a name. When Xia Yan heard the name Ao Long, she almost kicked him. What a domineering and mighty star pet! It's the absolute king of the star quality. The strongest overlord in the dragon cave. Listen to the name you gave it. Does it really have to be so cute? Xia Yan glared at Jiang Shao and said, What kind of lousy name is that? While speaking, Xia Yan carefully extended her hand and finally touched the pitch-black dragon scales. The dragon creatures in the dragon cave all had the typical image of an eastern dragon. The black and white imprisoned dragon also fulfilled all of Xia Yan's fantasies about the legendary dragon creatures. The only drawback was, if the imprisoned dragon was golden, it would be even more perfect. Xia Yan touched it left and right and continuously flew around the imprisoned dragon's body. Finally, she arrived below the imprisoned dragon and saw its pitch-black claws. 5 claws. 5 claws. The Mist Dragon and Crystal Dragon both had 3 claws, while the Star Dragon and Hidden Dragon had 4. From this perspective, the imprisoned dragon seemed to be the strongest too. While Xia Yan was secretly looking at the dragon claws, Han Jiangxue was standing right in front of the imprisoned dragon and sizing up the exquisite black dragon head. Compared to the exquisitely carved crystal dragon head, this exquisitely constructed dragon head was definitely not inferior. The pair of huge dragon eyes were burning with faint white candle flames, giving off a dignified vibe. On the black dragon body, the long dragon whiskers and hair on the dragon head were white. The white hair also extended all the way to the dragon's tail, which was 55 meters long. Under the breeze, it slowly undulated up and down. The imprisoned dragon's mouth, which was not closed, let out faint hissing sounds, and the scorching hot dragon breath was continuously spewing out. Han Jiangxue was getting to know the imprisoned dragon, and the imprisoned dragon was also getting to know everyone. To be precise, with the help of the humming whale, Qiu Long familiarized himself with everyone in the Big Cloak organization through the images in his mind. Finally, I'm a member of the organization. I'm the overlord of the Dragon Cave, and I finally don't have to hide or be bullied anymore. While thinking about it, the imprisoned dragon turned its head and looked at Gu Shi-un and Yi Qingchen, who were at the side, according to the image given by the humming whale. The 5-tailed and 6-tailed beasts froze and drifted back a few meters. Without being stared at by the imprisoned dragon, one would never be able to understand the feeling of shock. Hey Xiaopi! Xia Yan floated up and moved closer to Jiang Shao. It seems that the dragon cave didn't collapse. Jiang Shao got a great shock and hurriedly covered Xia Yan's mouth with one hand. Don't take offense to a child's words. Xia Yan struggled for a while, but she immediately gave up. She suddenly remembered that the following things happened because of what she said previously. What she was afraid of really happened. It's not dead. Han Jiangxue floated over and looked down at the two of them. From now on, it will be with us. This dragon cave may never be closed. I hope so. Jiang Shao put his hand down and his expression suddenly became a little strange. Second last only applied for the dragon prisoner star bead, but now I've brought back a star pet imprisoned dragon. Han Jiangshue's cold expression softened a little and she smirked. She floated down and said softly, It's easy to build relationships during battles. Let's go. Don't let it wait too long. Bring your rising star pet and let's fight together. Okay. Jiang Shao snapped back to his senses and quickly flew towards the imprisoned dragon. He clenched his right fist and said, "Let's go bully other dragons together." The imprisoned dragon stared at Jiang Shao with its huge candle eyes and didn't react at all. Jiang Zhao's body stiffened in midair, feeling a little awkward. The humming whale quickly used the image to translate for the imprisoned dragon, telling it what Jiang Shao had just said. Roar! The imprisoned dragon suddenly let out a loud roar, and all of a sudden, the cloaked figures around the imprisoned dragon covered their ears. After a long while, the majestic roar of the imprisoned dragon slowly dissipated, but everyone's heads were buzzing. Jiang Shao shook his head vigorously and felt the buzzing in his ears. He then looked at Xia Yan and yelled, "I'm calling it Roar Dragon. Do you have a problem with that?" Xia Yan rubbed her ears with both hands and pursed her lip. "Let me see, who's the first victim?" Although Jiang Shao was talking to himself, his voice was especially loud due to the buzzing in his ears, as if he was provoking all the creatures in the dragon cave. "It's here. There's a gap in the world over there." Jiang Shao was overjoyed. The field tear could not sense the area, and it was as if the map had yet to be refreshed. It was extremely strange. Without a doubt, it was a hidden dragon that had activated its stealth body and was in the process of hunting. "That's it." Jiang Shao gathered everyone and quickly flashed to a spot 100 meters away from the hidden dragon. There was no cover on the vast grassland. Hence, as soon as the group of cloaked figures appeared, they were discovered by the hidden dragon. And this hidden dragon was truly amazing. As soon as it saw the imprisoned dragon, it gave up all of its biological characteristics and turned off its stealth body. At the same time, it roared at the sky, seemingly calling for its friends. At this moment, all the creatures in the dragon cave had become the hidden dragon's comrades. Seeing this scene, Gu Shiran couldn't help but complain. The imprisoned dragon's mockery is simply maxed out. The rules of the dragon cave world are too strange. With a sullen expression, Han Jiangxue said, "We can't launch a sneak attack with the imprisoned dragon. Jiang Shao, end the battle quickly." Jiang Shao said, "No problem." 100 meters away, although the hidden dragon had given up its biological characteristics and was no longer plotting against them, it was calling for the other warriors in the dragon cave. However, it was not stupid and did not immediately rush forward. Instead, it flew backward while looking for its companions. "Shut up!" Jiang Shao roared and threw a star. Silence. All of a sudden, the entire world fell silent. Not only did the hidden dragon shut up, but it even curled up its body that was fleeing. Initially, the imprisoned dragon was still a little anxious. From the beginning to the end, its dragon life had been a history of fleeing, hiding, sneak attacks, and killing. Seeing this situation, the first thought that came to the imprisoned dragon's mind was to escape. If nothing went wrong, the other party's reinforcements would arrive in less than 10 seconds. When the reinforcements arrived and it left, the Dragon Clan army would definitely kill each other. When the battle was almost over, it would be time for the imprisoned dragon to appear and harvest the Dragon Clan. However, the imprisoned dragon suddenly discovered that it was also a dragon that was protected by someone. "My good friend has taken action." Yes, the enslaved dragon regarded Jiang Shao as a friend, and the humming whale had a huge impact on it during this stage of their relationship. Due to the fact that the humming whale and Jiang Shao were friends, their relationship was naturally established during the process of translation and communication. If Jiang Shao had noticed this earlier, he might have asked the humming whale to change its strategy and become the imprisoned dragon's father. Being the hidden dragon's father was not as comfortable as being the imprisoned dragon's father. "Roar, dragon! Trap it!" Jiang Shao stood on the dragon's head and patted its exquisite dragon horns. Judging from its external appearance, the imprisoned dragon was a male. However, Jiang Zhao's order was only conveyed a second later, mainly because there was a translation session with the humming whale in the middle. This made Jiang Shao very dissatisfied. He thought that in addition to cultivating tacit understanding in battle, he also had to let the imprisoned dragon learn Chinese quickly. The imprisoned dragon flew forward quickly. It had just become Jiang Zhao's star pet, so it was not very used to team battles. A behemoth of such a level would be earth-shattering if it moved. The imprisoned dragon flew forward at an extremely fast speed. When it was activated, its huge body naturally bent and coiled. In an instant, the surrounding members of the Big Cloak organization were all sent flying. Jiang Shao stood on the dragon's head. The wind whistled past his face, but it was firmly blocked by the sea-devouring robe. He vaguely saw the white flame lines drawn by the imprisoned dragon's candle eyes on both sides below. It was simply too cool. Roar! With a strange cry, two small imprisoned dragons broke out of the ground and quickly wrapped around the huge body of the hidden dragon. Jiang Shao waved his hand and said in high spirits, "Tail Feather Squad. Maximum damage. Activate." Where is he? Jiang Shao was stunned for a moment. While looking around, he immediately focused his attention on the domain tier's perception, only to discover that the group of cloaked people and young dragons had been sent flying in all directions. Only the humming wail in the sky followed. Why is it that my AO Long hasn't even used its full strength, but you're already in a mess? Our Tail Feather Squad is made up of elite soldiers and powerful generals. Look at your current appearance. How did you become a disbanded army? Ignore them. Roar. Dragon. You devour the hidden dragons while I control them. Charge. Jiang Shao suddenly raised his hand, and a huge beam of blessing light with a diameter of more than 5 meters landed on the head of the hidden dragon. The pitiful hidden dragon couldn't even let out a happy hiss. At the next moment, the two small imprisoned dragons that were wrapped around the body of the hidden dragon suddenly burned with white ice candle flames that eroded the body of the hidden dragon. Exclusive star technique, punishment of imprisoned candles. Although it was called a small imprisoned dragon, it was only relatively speaking. In reality, this small imprisoned dragon was 8 meters long. There were a total of 3 dragons, 1 large and 2 small. They were entangled and twisted into a dead knot. Okay. 2 more. Tie it up. Jiang Shao clenched his fists. Roar! 2 more small illumination dragons broke out of the ground. Huh! Jiang Shao blinked and asked, 2 more. Roar! All of a sudden, 2 more small illumination dragons flew out of the ground. Jiang Shao said, 2 more. Roar! 2 more appeared. Jiang Shao exclaimed in high spirits, 2 more. Roar! The imprisoned dragon roared, but this time, only 1 came out. Jiang Shao yelled, continue! Don't stop! Woo! The imprisoned dragon whimpered weakly and lowered its head in shame. It's gone, really gone, there's not a single one left. A chapter of 4,000 words, please give me some tickets. Chapter 1071. So, you can only summon 9 illusory small imprisoned dragons at most? Well, very well. Just stand here and don't move. I'll go buy you a coffin. Let's start our story from the 9 dragons pulling the coffin. While thinking about it, Jiang Shao suddenly sensed something incredible. He actually discovered the figure of the mist dragon in the tear field. Under normal circumstances, the rain of the tear field would not be able to detect the mist dragon. After all, the biological characteristics of the mist dragon were obvious. Hence, Jiang Shao could only use his naked eyes to detect the traces of the mist dragon. However, in the field tear, Jiang Shao sensed the small ice crystals floating in the air, as well as the frost and snow that floated down. Clearly, the crystal dragon had arrived, but its ice crystal domain had yet to reach Jiang Shao. However, it had already caught a mist dragon. Hence, the body of the mist dragon was covered with a layer of frost and snow, and its body was also slightly condensed. Hence, Jiang Shao could sense it clearly. Fight it! Jiang Shao yelled. As soon as he said that, whoosh! An astonishing wave of air rushed out from both sides of Jiang Zhao's body. To be exact, it rushed out from the left and right sides of the dragon. Xia Yan really managed to kill a dragon with her sword. Her output was simply explosive. The other hidden charge was obviously released by the little hidden dragon. Its invisible dragon eyes were still staring at Jiang Shao, who was standing on the dragon head, with resentment. The little hidden dragon did have a resentful expression, but it didn't matter because it was invisible. Hence, its pitiful appearance greatly reduced its lethality. The two hidden charge star techniques went straight for the hidden dragon that was entangled and twisted into a dead knot by the 9 small imprisoned dragons. Accurate target. Explosive damage. The poor hidden dragon was sealed by the stars, silence, and the small imprisoned dragons. Initially, Jiang Zhao's stars, silence only had the effect of space confinement and could not completely seal the movement of the opponent. In other words, as long as the hidden dragon was given enough time, it would still be able to fly out of the silence domain, albeit at a particularly slow pace. However, things were different now. The 9 small illuminated dragons that were burning with white flames were binding the hidden dragon tightly, completely freezing its huge body. The imprisoned dragon and the poisonous milk really matched the lyrics. Let me make you stay with love, hey. Stay here. Not only that, silent disaster was dealing a painful blow to the hidden dragon, while the little imprisoned dragon was also frantically devouring its enemies and smearing their huge bodies with ice candle flame. Most importantly, the hidden dragon, who was bound and restrained, could not even howl in pain. Seeing that the outcome had been decided, Jiang Shao stepped on Qiulong's head and grabbed the dragon horn with one hand. The two of them instantly flashed away. All of a sudden, a dragon-shaped mist with layers of frost appeared 20 meters in front of Jiang Shao. It was so close that it made one's hair stand on end. It was so close that imprisoned dragon and mist dragon could not react in time. At this time, the mist dragon was in the state of 1,000-mile raid. Without saying anything, it opened its mouth and shot out a cloud of mist, and at the same time, emergency brake. Hee, what's wrong? Brother, are you lost? Jiang Shao quickly waved his hand and a huge space door quietly appeared. Behind the Calamity Shadow World door was the Ice Nation's Fog Dragon Island. Whether it was the Mist Mass or the Mist Dragon that slammed on the brakes, they were all sucked into the spatial gate. Collect. Jiang Shao immediately put away the spatial gate. Finally, there are enough male and female mist dragons. You guys can happily make babies on the Fog Dragon Island. It was all thanks to the Crystal Dragon's Ice Crystal domain. Otherwise, not only would Jiang Shao not have been able to find the mist dragon, but he would also not have been able to determine its gender through its horns. Ao dragon let out a sound of bewilderment. What just happened? Don't worry about what happened, just lie down. In the future, our big cloak organization will be your dragon race's partners. Jiang Shao chuckled and patted Ao dragon's dragon horn, only to feel that there were ice crystals appearing around him. The crystal dragons are here? Jiang Shao immediately activated resentment, and the moment the crystal dragon discovered imprisoned dragon through the ice crystal domain, it roared frantically and gathered all the dragons within a radius of 50 kilometers. Jiang Shao was taken aback. It's indeed the overlord of the dragon cave. While it's powerful, it's also sinister and ruthless. It's really full of mockery. Everywhere it looked, it was filled with enemies. Jiang Shao hurriedly flashed back with it, only to see Han Jiangxue and the others putting away their star beads. This hidden dragon is really miserable. It was chased by the dragon, attacked by the star beads, burned by fire, smashed by hammers, and controlled until it died. Damn, it died with everlasting regret? Soon, the ice crystal domain appeared beside them, and layers of ice crystals and frost enveloped them. Jiang Shao said, "The dragons are chasing us. Xia Yan also sensed it and she couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh my god, so many? This is an army." Han Jiangxue frowned slightly and said, "This can't go on. Put away imprisoned dragon first. If you want to nurture your relationship with it, summon it during battle." Okay. Jiang Shao pondered for a moment and said, "Once Ao dragon disappears, the dragon army will no longer have a common target and they will probably kill each other. By then, hee." Jiang Shao chuckled sinisterly, causing everyone to tremble in fear. "It seems, this is indeed a good way to obtain dragon star beads? Through the seduction of imprisoned dragon, the creatures of the dragon cave within a large area would gather together. Under the common enemy, the dragon creatures would temporarily put aside their differences and fight against the enemy together. But at this moment, Jiang Shao put away the imprisoned dragon. I'm such a clever little rascal." Jiang Shao thought to himself happily and reached out to pinch the dragon's horn. Bang! The 55-meter-long imprisoned dragon suddenly turned into a burst of rich star power that surged into Jiang Zhao's body. The richness of the star power was a level higher than that of the humming whale. The humming whale's star power was also astonishing, but it could be seen that all the star power was gathering towards Jiang Zhao's chest. However, the star power of the stars, dragon imprisoning star, enveloped Jiang Shao entirely. The dense and overwhelming blue light spots made Jiang Shao dizzy, and he couldn't see anything at all. His vision was completely blocked. However, at the moment when Ao dragon entered Jiang Zhao's star map, rumble! The river surged and the ground cracked. The sky shattered and the stars fell. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Shao hurriedly floated forward while the star power transformed from Ao dragon chased after him and surged into his body. Jiang Shao also took the opportunity to observe the surrounding environment. Jiang Zhao's expression changed and he exclaimed, "Damn it! Ao dragon can't be kept. It can't leave the dragon cave. It can't die or disappear." While speaking, Jiang Shao immediately led everyone to flee thousands of kilometers away and found a relatively safe place. He then hurriedly summoned Ao dragon again. Boom! The ground shook and pieces of gravel slid down from the barren mountain in front. The ground was torn apart and terrifying abysses were opened one after another. The imprisoned dragon had returned, but the collapse of the space seemed to be irreversible. All of a sudden, everyone was dumbfounded. Don't panic. The collapse of any dimensional space will take 15 to 20 minutes, Han Jiangxue said calmly and clearly. Jiang Shao, let's maintain this state and wait for another 8 minutes. If the space still collapses, we'll immediately return to the entrance of the tunnel. Okay. With a sullen expression, Jiang Shao nodded and hurriedly asked the humming whale to act as a real-time translator before beginning to communicate with Ao dragon. Jiang Shao sent images to Ao dragon in a bid to stabilize the collapsed dragon cave and restore the scene to its original state. After several exchanges, Ao dragon shook its head because it did not have that ability at all. Not only that, but Ao dragon also did not know why the space collapsed. In fact, it didn't even think that it had anything to do with it. Jiang Shao scratched his head in distress, while Roar Dragon looked very innocent. Although it did not know what it had done wrong, it keenly discovered Jiang Zhao's distress. Roar Dragon approached Jiang Shao and used its long dragon whiskers, which were burning with candlelight, to gently touch Jiang Zhao's face and sweep it up and down, looking like it was comforting him. Jiang Shao grabbed its long whiskers and squeezed them gently. The problem may be with you, but you're definitely not the one at fault. Han Jiangshue's face was sullen and she was feeling very guilty. The situation was great for the Tail Feather team, and if this continued, they would be able to obtain a lot of high-quality dragon star bead. However, the dragon cave suddenly collapsed because of her suggestion. Gu Shi'an was the most miserable one. He only got his turn after Xia Yan absorbed the star technique Hidden Dragon. However, Xia Yan still lacked the star technique Hidden Banishment. Hence, Gu Shi and did not absorb any star beads at all. The 8 minutes were extremely torturous. As the space within the dragon cave started to shatter, everyone knew that this matter was irreversible. As more and more space and land disappeared, everyone knew that they couldn't stay here any longer. Landslides, earth-shattering floods, all of these disasters could be withstood by everyone. However, the loss of space and the frequent appearance of turbulence were all things that they could not resist. Let's go. We'll only have a chance if we stay alive. We can already do whatever we want here. With this experience, we won't make the same mistake the next time we come, Jiang Shao said. Without waiting for their response, he quickly put away the whale and dragon. Little Hidden Dragon shivered and felt the wrath of the heavens. As soon as it saw that the imprisoned dragon had disappeared, it quickly moved closer to Jiang Shao and wrapped its body tightly around Jiang Zhao's. Wu, let's go. Jiang Shao threw out the star power thread and returned to the strange intersection of the 4 terrains in a flash, only to find that the ground under his feet had already shattered. Everyone floated in the air with the help of their cloaks and hurriedly darted into the entrance of the dragon cave tunnel. Whoosh, whoosh. Just like every time they came out, they did not enter the dragon cave base directly. Instead, they entered the space gate of the guards. After a while, a middle-aged soldier poked his head out of the space gate and asked, "Sir, is everyone in the tail feather team here?" Jiang Shao nodded and said, "Yes." "Wait a moment," the middle-aged soldier said, and immediately closed the space gate. When the gate opened again, they were already in a relatively safe corner of the base. A group of people wearing cloaks filed out. Jiang Shao said, "The dragon cave has collapsed. We're going to report to our superiors now." "Yes," the middle-aged soldier immediately replied. He felt his vision blur and the tail feather team disappeared without a trace. The middle-aged soldier muttered in his heart, "Actually, you don't need to tell me. I already know that the dragon cave has collapsed again. Your tail feather team is different from the other teams. Whenever you come out, it's definitely because the dragon cave has collapsed. If the dragon cave doesn't collapse, you guys can fight until the end of time." While he was thinking, a young soldier beside him leaned over and whispered, "See, I told you. The dragon cave will explode in 3 days at most. This team is a freaking dragon slayer team. They kill every dragon they see. After killing too many, the dragon cave can't stand it anymore, so they urgently closed it." Clearly, as a basic team member, the young soldier did not know the relationship between the imprisoned dragon and the collapse of the dragon cave. He guessed that there was a problem with the number of dragons. The middle-aged soldier, peek. Chapter 1072. In Xiaobo's office in the Dragon Cave base, Xiaobo looked at the cloaked members of the Tail Feather Squad, feeling mixed emotions. He was glad that the Tail Feather team had completed another mission to explore the Dragon Cave. Without a doubt, the team must have brought back a large number of dragon star beads. He was worried. Why did they come out after only 3 days? Didn't we agree not to attack the imprisoned dragon? Didn't they say that they would look for the enslaved dragon after collecting more resources? It's only been 3 days, and you've already ruined the dragon cave? Hee. Jiang Shao smiled awkwardly and waved to the side. Xia Yan immediately activated the Calamity Ruins and flew in to take out all the star beads that the team had obtained. Jiang Shao handed the star beads to Xiaobo while reporting, "These are 22 Crystal Dragon Star Beads, 7 Fog Dragon Star Beads, 10 Star Dragon Star Beads. I was in a hurry when I came out, so there are a few Hidden Dragon Star Beads that I haven't absorbed yet, so I won't be handing them over." Xiaobo hurriedly grabbed the star beads and sorted them out before putting them away. Looking at the pile of dragon star beads, Xiaobo felt a little less worried. He was also adjusting his mentality and comforting himself. After all, before the Tail Feather team entered the Dragon Cave to carry out the mission, Xiao Bo had said that the lives of the Tail Feather team were the most important. Hence, they suddenly came out because they encountered a serious crisis? Yes, that must be the case. The safety of the Tail Feather team is the most important. To his surprise, Jiang Xiao said again, Actually, we didn't plan to destroy the Dragon Cave, but something went wrong. Due to our lack of experience, the Dragon Cave collapsed, and the process of collapse is irreversible. We're regretting it now. Xiao Bo raised his eyebrows and thought, lack of experience? Out of all the teams in China and the Russian Federation, only the Tail Feather team is not qualified to say that. If you guys lack experience, why don't the others die? Xiao Bo calmed himself down and asked, Report, what happened? Jiang Xiao pondered for a moment and said with a pained expression, I absorbed a caged dragon as a star pet. You're well aware of its status in the Dragon Cave. It's ridiculed to the max and attracted countless dragons to attack it. So, I played a trick and kept the caged dragon in the star map. I was still fantasizing that without the imprisoned dragon as a target, the dragon army would fall into internal strife and kill each other. In the end, as soon as the imprisoned dragon entered my star chart, the Dragon Cave collapsed. Oh, so that's how it is. It doesn't matter if the imprisoned dragon is dead or not. As long as it disappears from the Dragon Cave will collapse. Xiao Bo nodded thoughtfully as he muttered to himself. All of a sudden, Xiao Bo was stunned. He felt that something was wrong. Xiao Bo raised his head abruptly and stared at Jiang Xiao in a daze. You absorbed the imprisoned dragon as your star pet? Jiang Xiao scratched his head in embarrassment. This is all thanks to the little hidden dragon. While speaking, Jiang Xiao gently patted the hidden dragon on his shoulder and said, When we were obtaining resources, we encountered the imprisoned dragon that was being chased and was on the run. At that time, I was displeased and thought that with me around, I definitely couldn't let anything happen to the imprisoned dragon. Xiao Bo was speechless. Jiang Xiao continued, Then, the few of us went to rescue the imprisoned dragon. During the battle, the imprisoned dragon discovered the hidden dragon cannon on my shoulder and the star dragon that was entangling Han Jiangshu. The imprisoned dragon was very intelligent and it discovered that the dragons could coexist harmoniously with us humans. After the battle ended, the imprisoned dragon ran over and begged me to absorb it as a star pet. Jiang Xiao sighed and said, This guy is too scary. I was so scared that I didn't even have the courage to resist. I had no choice but to reluctantly absorb it as a star pet. Xiao Bo was dumbfounded. Looking at Jiang Zhao's irritating expression, Han Jiangxue and Xia Yan raised their legs almost at the same time. However, their movements were neat and uniform, and they seemed to have realized where they were and what Jiang Zhao's identity was at this moment. Hence, their bodies stiffened and their long legs landed on the ground reluctantly. Xiao Bo's lips twitched awkwardly and he said, Jiang LV, you must be joking. I'll go and contact Mr. Delian's team now. You guys can take a break in the Dragon Cave for the time being. Jiang Xiao said, The Tail Feather Brigade is also very busy. How about this? I'll stay here and accompany the imprisoned dragon to complete the task of studying the star beasts together. Shall my teammates temporarily return to the Dajiang province? Xiao Bo thought about it and said, Sure, the current situation is indeed very tense. It's a waste of manpower and resources for the other members of the Tail Feather Brigade to stay here. Apart from you, everyone else can go back. I'll communicate with Brigadier Luan. You guys can go back to the Fenching base first. Okay. Jiang Xiao said and turned to look at Han Jiangxue. Han Jiangxue got the hint and activated the black space teleportation shield. She then brought everyone back to the Fenching military base, which was extremely close to the border of China. Under Jiang Zhao's lead, everyone identified themselves to the soldiers of the base and asked for a lounge. In less than 15 minutes, Second Last called the Funching military base and ordered everyone except Jiang Shao to return to the Dajiang province immediately. Jiang Shao did not hesitate either. After receiving the order, he immediately brought everyone back to Second Last's office in the Dajiang province, Tail Feather Brigade headquarters. Second Last looked a little proud and her long and narrow eyes lit up. She stared at Jiang Shao with a scorching gaze and said, "I only applied for the Dragon Prisoner Star Bead for you. I didn't apply for a Dragon Prisoner Star Bead. Look at what you're saying. Won't I be able to complete the task more than expected?" Jiang Shao chuckled and scratched the back of his head out of habit. "Okay." Second Last stretched her hand out and the little hidden dragon on Jiang Zhao's shoulder left Jiang Shao reluctantly and flew towards Second Last before wrapping itself around her body. "Go ahead," Second Last said while gently stroking the scales of the hidden dragon. "Okay." Jiang Shao responded and turned to look at the team. "During the few days that I'm not around, Han Jiangxue will be the captain and commander. Wuwei Yiqingchen will automatically be included in the team." Jiang Shao then looked at Han Jiangxue and said, "We'll listen to Second Last. Be careful." Han Jiangxue nodded silently and said, "Go early and come back early." Jiang Shao comforted her and continued, "I reckon that we'll just leave the data of the imprisoned dragon and test the specific effects of the star technique. We'll be back soon." Jiang Shao then nodded at everyone and flashed away to return to the Funching military base. In fact, Jiang Shao could go directly to the place where Mr. Di Lian's research team was located, but the dragons were rather special and the higher-ups requested that they have to conduct research in the Funching military base. They also had to share real-time information with the Funching military base and the Dragon Cave base. Jiang Shao didn't have any objections to that. Anyway, he was just a lowly soldier, and all he had to do was listen to orders. However, during the 1 or 2 days of waiting for Mr. Di Lian's team to arrive, Jiang Shao could do something that was extremely urgent. And that was to catch the white ghouls. There was a snowfield dimensional space around the Funching military base that was specially prepared for the warriors to explore the Dragon Cave. The purpose of the dimensional space was to allow the warriors to arrange and practice formations. Jiang Shao had been there many times and was definitely no stranger to it. After confirming that Di Lian's research team would arrive at the Funching military base at noon the next day, Jiang Shao greeted the soldiers and flashed to the Funching snowfield dimensional space. "I'll go in and play for a while. I'll come out tomorrow." Jiang Shao flashed his military identification card and showed it to the soldiers before entering the snowfield. "It's a wonderful year. Starting from catching the white ghouls." Jiang Shao, who was extremely familiar with the place, went straight to the periphery of the holy ground and arrived at the camp of the Guardians of the Night. He then explained the situation to the few guards, who were all dumbfounded. The Guardians of the Night only reacted after Jiang Shao summoned the humming bear, woke it up, and left with his star pet, Brigadier Jiang. What did he say just now? He said, "To prepare our star techniques for healing the soul." As he spoke, one of the Guardians of the Night held an illusory scepter and stuck it into the ground. He also said that we can relax for the next day. There will be fewer white ghouls and white ghoul witches coming out of the holy ground. The soldiers hurriedly informed the Guardians of the Night and asked them to prepare their star techniques for soothing the mind. On the other side, the soldiers said, "Brigadier Jiang is going to slaughter the white ghouls? Hey, why does the mighty star ocean always have a bone to pick with the brass-quality white ghouls?" Jiang Lv's dual swordsmanship was developed by killing the white ghouls. I reckon he went to practice his swordsmanship again? Hee, have you heard? The snowfield dimensional space in Jiannan village has almost been destroyed by Brigadier Jiang. During the festive season, Jiang Lv will definitely visit the white ghouls in Jiannan village. I understand now that you've said that. What day is it today? It's the first day of the Lunar New Year. As they spoke, the soldiers heard the faint roar of the Bear Clan. However, due to the fact that they were too far away, the roar did not affect them at all. Even if they did not use their star techniques to resist, the soldiers would not panic. Besides, the soldiers were still under the protection of the faint light of the scepter. At the same time, in the valley, directly below the holy ground, the group of white ghouls fled in all directions after the roar of the humming bear. There was even a stampede as they fled frantically in all directions. Jiang Shao, on the other hand, directly opened the door of the Calamity Shadow World and placed the door horizontally right below the holy ground. The white ghouls and white ghoul witches that jumped out from it all fell into Jiang Zhao's Calamity Shadow World. The door of the Calamity World was the Antarctic continent. Of course, Jiang Shao kept an eye out. The Antarctic continent was huge, but he did not directly place the white ghouls in the direction of the crystal dragons. Instead, he placed them in the southernmost area, which was the so-called center of the continent. Jiang Shao bent his legs slightly and maintained the opening of the space door. At the same time, he waved at the baby bear. The baby bear crawled over on all fours, its paws stepping on the snow, making crunching sounds. Its big furry head also came over. Hee, Jiang Shao chuckled and pounced forward, hugged the humming bear, and threw it. Haha, the man and the bear actually began rolling in the snow under the terrifying door of the holy ground. At this moment, the guardians of the night in the snowfield of Fan City still did not know the seriousness of the matter. However, everything changed after a group of white ghouls and white ghoul witches escaped. Brigade Commander Jiang had indeed said that the soldiers could relax and rest for a day because there would be very few white ghouls that would fall from the holy ground in the next day. The Guardians of the Night did not have to keep an eye on them at all times, nor did they have to evacuate the white ghouls that might gather. However, how is this a small number? There's no more at all. What's going on? Did Brigade Commander Jiang blow up the holy ground? That can't be. The snowfield is still intact, and there are no signs of tearing or shaking. Could it be that the holy ground is not producing anymore? In fact, it's not that the holy ground is not producing anymore, but God Pai's stock is too large. Chapter 1073. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, Jiang Shao was stockpiling goods in the snowfield dimensional space and throwing the white ghouls to the Crystal Dragon continent in the South Pole, Fog Dragon Island in Iceland, Hidden Dragon Island in the Pacific, and Star Dragon Island in Africa. On the strange ball, a team of 100 elite soldiers was on the peninsula amidst the layers of mountain fire. They were advancing from east to west in the middle of the southern peninsula. In the beginning, after they landed on the peninsula, they set fire and killed their way from the west to the east from the boundary line between Jindalai and Kimchi. Now, the Star Advent team had already entered the second stage. After arriving at the eastern coastline of the peninsula, they marched south along the coastline and began the second round of the journey to the west. They really killed their way back and forth. However, this time, the enemies of the Star Advent team were clearly no longer just King Kong Tiger, King Kong Deer, King Kong Hibiscus, and Ling Lan. Ever since they first encountered the members of the Xianhua organization, they had been extremely careful. They were in the territory of the Xianhua organization, and if they were to wreak havoc, they would definitely be retaliated by the Xianhua organization. A few days ago, Jiang Tu had already informed the Star Advent team of an exciting piece of news. Our actions are effective. On Earth, the open dimensional space at the boundary line of the peninsula was not only filled with fire, but the number of open dimensional spaces had also decreased significantly. Upon hearing the news, Elder He immediately laughed out loud, and his wrinkled face beamed like a flower. That was also the reason that the members of the Star Advent team were extremely motivated. In just 3 days they were almost done with their first round trip. They were about to return to the coastline on the west side of the peninsula. Little Chongyang was riding a charcoal-red Pegasus and holding a heavenly halberd while leading the ghost monk cavalry regiment forward. The infantrymen at the back were not far behind and could completely catch up with the cavalry regiment. In the past half a month, the cooperation between the various military units of the Yaguda team had become more tacit. He-yun was in a great mood. He was riding on the auspicious beast while activating the halo of nostalgia. However, he looked rather relaxed and carefree, as if he was on a sightseeing tour. The blind lady's posture was even stranger. She grabbed her mount, the auspicious beast, from her scourge ruin, but she didn't ride it. Instead, she stepped on its head. As for auspicious beasts, their body structure was very special. They were born to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, so Blind Lady was stepping on the auspicious beast's head. Her white and loose robes fluttered in the wind, and her long hair fluttered in the wind. It didn't match the scene of the surrounding flames. Jiang Tu clicked his tongue and said, "TSK, TSK? Your aptitude is too low. You only have 21 star slots?" Jiang Tu looked at Yiningzhen with a pained expression. This time, Jiang Tu believed it. If the prisoner had not been given the alien orb, he would never have been able to break through to the Starry Sea stage. Besides, Yiningzhen's star slot had already been filled up. In terms of star technique matching alone, there was no possibility of growth. Yiningzhen had a submissive look on her face. It was a little difficult for her to maintain such a posture while running at top speed. Of course, she knew how many star slots Jiang Tu had, but, well, she didn't dare to refute him, huh? Before Yiningzhen could respond, Jiang Tu suddenly frowned and looked behind him. The two of them were at the back of the Yigu Tower army and discovered the situation behind them almost at the same time. Jiang Tu gave Yiningzhen a look, and she quickly left the team and hid in the forest on the right. In front of them, Jiang Sun was riding on the Black Ridge Fire Feather. He gently patted little Chongyang's shoulder and whispered into her ear, "Pay attention, there are people coming from behind. Advance normally and listen to my commands." Little Chongyang, who was holding the heavenly halberd, stiffened slightly and her almond-shaped eyes widened with excitement. She hurriedly nodded. Jiang Sun immediately got off the horse and let the ghost monk clan ride the auspicious beast past him. He then looked at the blind lady who was running towards him. The blind lady seemed to have sensed something. She waved her hand and an illusory whip fell. Jiang Sun reached out to grab it and the blind lady pulled him. Jiang Sun sat on the auspicious beast and said, "There are people coming from behind. I'm going to ambush them." The blind lady turned around and half knelt on the head of the auspicious beast. She looked down at Jiang Sun and asked softly, "Is it the Star Beast army led by the Star Warriors again?" "No, there are no golden mountain creatures or celestial flower creatures. I only found a very fast figure. Well, I found a second person. Could these two people be spies?" Jiang Sun frowned and reached out to block his face. He brushed away the blind lady's long hair that was scattered on his face. He continued, "They should be members of the Celestial Flower Organization. It seems to be an elite team with specialized spies." The blind lady asked, "Only two?" Jiang Sun closed his eyes and communicated with Jiang Tu, who was at the back of the army. He nodded gently and said, "Only two so far. I asked Yiningzhen to ambush them in the forest at the back, and Baze to ambush them in the forest at the south." The blind lady said, You covered this guy's eyes." Jiang Sun suddenly opened his eyes and reached out with a smile to tug at the blind lady's white robe. Due to the fact that she was half kneeling on the head of the auspicious beast, the white robe covered half of the auspicious beast's head. This auspicious beast is really impressive. It ran around blindfolded for a long time and relied on its own perception to advance. It didn't deviate at all. How could the auspicious beast have the star technique of perception? However, it relied on pure animalistic senses to sense its surroundings and ran rather happily. Xiao Jiang? What are you two talking about? He Guo, who was riding on the donkey, finally sat upright. He held the auspicious beast's head with both hands and looked at the blind lady and Jiang Tu curiously. Jiang Sun's body flashed and he sat on He Yun's black jade auspicious beast, while frantically explaining. The news spread in the Yegu Tower army in a short period of time, and the entire army was on guard. Under Jiang Sun's orders, the team almost stopped during the battle with the earth hibiscus beads. While killing the large flowers, they waited for the surprise attack from the team behind them. However, to Jiang Tu's surprise, the two mysterious people behind him had disappeared. Not only that, but because Jiang Tu wanted to lure them into a trap, he deliberately controlled Bays to conceal himself and hide in the forest early. He was prepared to wait for the pursuing team to walk past him, and then he would catch them. However, Bays couldn't find any star warriors in his perception. What's going on? All of a sudden, Jiang Tu felt that he had made a mistake in his perception. It wasn't until Yiningzhen, who was hiding in the forest, returned that the two of them verified each other's perception again, that Jiang Tu was certain that it was not a mistake in his perception, but that the other party had stopped chasing. Not chasing anymore? Jiang Tu kept his cool. After obtaining a large number of earth hibiscus star beads, he continued to lead the team to burn the forest and continue heading west, pretending as if nothing had happened. The army continued to move forward and the sky turned dark. They finally arrived at the west coastline before the sky turned dark. According to the normal marching rhythm of the Yegu Pagoda, they should be setting up camp there at night. So, are they trying to sneak into the camp at night? The more Jiang Tu thought about it, the more he felt that it should be the case. After discussing with the members of the Star Advent team, he decided to beat them at their own game. You want to sneak into the camp? I'll set up a camp for you then. How dare you? 100 elite soldiers set up camp on the cliff and deliberately stayed away from the forest. Jiang Tu wanted to see how the other party was going to sneak into the camp. Although it was called a cliff, it was actually just a small hill that was no more than 5 to 6 meters high. With the physique of the platinum star beasts, such a height was nothing at all. Hence, they were not restricted by the terrain. Below the cliff, there was a beach and the sea. Everyone started a fire to cook, while Jiang Sun opened the Calamity Ruins and pulled out more than 10 corpses of the King Kong tigers, which he then distributed to the soldiers. With the humans' leadership, Jiang Tu certainly wouldn't let the star beasts live a life of eating raw meat and drinking blood. They didn't dare to eat the venison because it looked too disgusting, just like a zombie deer. However, if they roasted the tiger meat, wouldn't it be delicious? The Yegu Pagoda army was vigilant. They ate to their heart's content and didn't receive any sneak attacks. A few hours passed quickly. The bright moon hung high in the sky, the sea breeze blew, and the sound of the waves came one after another, hitting the beach again and again. Jiang Sun stood on the cliff, looking at the sea under the moonlight. He looked sad and artistic, but in fact, he was communicating with Jiang Shou on Earth. This was because Bays was controlled by Jiang Shou, who was on Earth. Only by communicating with Jiang Shou could he communicate with Bays. Bays, who was hiding in the distant forest, didn't notice anything unusual. No abnormality was the biggest abnormality. How many nights had they set up camp? The Yegu Pagoda army would be attacked by the King Kong tigers. However, it was already midnight, and the arrogant King Kong tigers still hadn't come. Why? A white-clothed figure appeared beside Jiang Sun. Under the moonlight, in the sea breeze, the blind lady looked like a fairy. She exuded a fairy aura. Blind lady whispered, "Even if someone is attacking, I don't think their target is the Yegu Pagoda army." Jiang Sun, Blind lady, as you said, if the other party is an elite team, then their mission is likely to be a beheading mission. The most dangerous one is little Chongyang and her Black Ridge Fire Feather. Next would be us. Jiang Sun nodded thoughtfully. Your analysis makes sense. The southern peninsula is in danger now, and little Chongyang is the one who contributed the most. Blind Lady whispered, 2 to 5 in the morning is a very suitable time for a sneak attack. Jiang Sun said, I have already arranged sentries outside. Everyone in the team has received the notice. We won't sleep tonight. We are all waiting for the enemy to come. The blind lady let out a slight nasal sound. At the same time, in the forest, a slender figure walked over from behind Jiang Tuesday. Jiang Tu turned around and saw Yiningshen. He frowned and said unhappily, Why isn't she guarding at the designated position? As soon as he said that, Jiang Tu also sensed that something was wrong. Yiningshen couldn't disobey Jiang Tu's orders. If she left her post, then she must have brought important information to report. Since she came with information, then she couldn't be walking quickly. She should be using the blade of death to hurry. In other words, Jiang Tu's heart skipped a beat. He turned around and walked forward. At the same time, he reached out and pinched Yiningshen's face. He smiled and said, My body will be drained by you sooner or later. Yiningshen was obviously stunned for a moment, but she reacted quickly and cooperated. Under the moonlight, a shy smile appeared on her enchanting face. She lowered her head slightly and looked shy. This action undoubtedly made Jiang Tu even more certain of his judgment. When did I touch a woman? I, the king of poisonous healers, am a virgin. I use my pee to save people. What does it mean to be a benevolent doctor? What does it mean to practice medicine? As he spoke, Jiang Tu's fingers had already landed on Yiningshen's face. In Yiningshen's right hand that was hanging naturally, a red and blue dagger quietly slipped out of her sleeve and fell into her palm. Before Yiningshen could do anything, Jiang Tu's star technique, sharpness, had already been activated. He pierced his steel-like fingers into the side of Yiningshen's face and dug it out. In ancient times, Black Tiger dug out the heart. Today, Jiang Tu dug out the face. Besides, it was more than half of her head. At the same time, Jiang Sun, who was on the cliff, suddenly turned to look at the blind lady. What's second last's name? The blind lady frowned slightly and did not respond. Jiang Sun subconsciously retreated and said, I was in this sect last year on this day. Jiang Sun's second question made the blind lady immediately understand what he meant. Having been on missions on the peninsula for a long time, she was very clear about the star techniques of the Earthflower. She stopped hesitating and immediately answered, Luan Hongying, a human face and peach blossoms. With a sullen expression, Jiang Sun said, They've probably already snuck in. I'll go to little Chongyang's tent and you go to old He's tent. If nothing goes wrong, we'll gather here as soon as possible. As soon as he finished speaking, Jiang Sun disappeared without a trace. When he appeared in little Chongyang's tent, he saw Yiningshen, who was surrounded by red and blue mist, holding a dagger and stabbing little Chongyang's throat. Apex. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.